everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the inquiry of the quality of governance at Australia's higher education providers. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land that we meet on and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee will be conducting today's hearing both remotely and in person. We have Senator Corinne Mulholland on the audio. And the rest of the senators are here in person. We have Senator Barbara Pocock, Senator Maureen Faruqi, Senator Josh Daliga, Senator Leah Bly, and myself, Senator Karen Grogan. I'll be acting as chair today. Senator Marielle Smith was unfortunately taken unwell over the weekend and unable to make it today, of which she is extremely disappointed about, and sends her regards to everyone in the room. These are public proceedings and they are being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. Given the sensitive nature of this inquiry for many participants, I want to reiterate to all parties who have participated in or observed this inquiry so far that in giving evidence to the committee, witnesses and submitters are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and as such, action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence, and witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds upon which that objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that that answer then be given in camera. I do remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I also remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference that to make sure they're on mute while they're not speaking. We also have representatives of the media, and they've requested permission to film and take photographs of the committee proceedings. The committee has agreed to this. And I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the directions of the Secretariat staff. If a witness objects to being filmed or photographed, the committee will consider their request. So if you have any issues, please let us know. The media are reminded that they're not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. Media activity may not occur during suspension or after the adjournment of proceedings. Copies of Senate Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are available from the Secretariat. I would now like to welcome representatives from Adelaide University. I understand that you have been provided with information on parliamentary privilege. Yes? Yes. Yep, excellent. For the Hansard, if you could all just start by stating your name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us, that would be great.
Pauline Carr, Chancellor of Adelaide University.
Peter Hoy, Co-Vice Chancellor of Adelaide University.
David Lloyd, Co-Vice Chancellor, Adelaide University.
John Williams, DPCA, Adelaide University.
Thank you. Do you have opening statements?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Okay, off you go.
Chair, members of the committee, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you here today. My name is Pauline Carr and I'm the Chancellor of the Adelaide University, a new institution created through the amalgamation of the University of Adelaide and the University of South Australia. I'm joined today by my co-Vice Chancellors, Professor Peter Hoy and Professor David Lloyd, and our colleague Professor John Williams. Together we bring the collective leadership experience and institutional knowledge of our foundation universities. Today we are pleased to appear as Adelaide University and as the leadership team shaping this new institution. My colleagues are also able to answer any questions relating to the foundation universities. Like many sectors in Australia, the higher education sector is in a state of transition. New technologies, new ways of thinking, new priorities for industry and graduates. The universities of today look very different to how they did even 10 years ago. It is within this environment of change that the idea of a new university for South Australia took shape. The new Adelaide University is the product of a bold and bipartisan vision, backed by both state and federal support. Its creation is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a university that delivers both excellence and equity, with impact for South Australia, as well as the benefits of scale. As our mission says, Adelaide University is a leading contemporary comprehensive university of global standing. We are dedicated to ensuring the prosperity, well-being and cohesion of society by addressing educational inequality through our actions and through the success and impact of our students, staff and alumni. Partnered with the communities we serve, we conduct outstanding future-making research of scale and focus. Chairman, I seek leave to table our full mission statement.
Thank you.
Adelaide University's Founding Act is among the most contemporary in the sector. It was developed not simply to combine two successful institutions, but to modernise governance, strengthen accountability and ensure the new public university reflects the expectations of our stakeholders. The establishment of Adelaide University has been a shared endeavour with input from our communities from the outset. Together with government, our foundation universities, staff, students, alumni and industry, we have designed a model that draws on the best of both legacies to create a university for the future. We recognise that governance is not static, and over the past 18 months we have used our Establishing Act as a base from which to grow. In recognition of evolving expectations across Australia and that effective governance depends as much on culture as on structure, we have created strong frameworks that support accountability, transparency and growth. For the Council, induction and ongoing capability development are fundamental, ensuring all Council members are equipped with the skills and insight required for effective governance. Our Act also provides for wide participation from across our community, including undergraduate and postgraduate students, academic and professional staff, and an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander staff member, each of whom will undertake their duties as equals around the Council table. In addition to the unique perspective and skills of our community and expert members, Council also aims to reflect our commitment to diversity, transparency and shared accountability. Student members on Council will also be remunerated to ensure they can give full attention to their governance responsibilities. Responding to more recent concerns, we are already aligning our practices with the principles set out by the Expert Council on University Governance, and we plan to report publicly against these principles for the first time in our 2025 annual report. As a new public university, we inherit the very proud histories of our foundation institutions, their scholarship, innovation and civic purpose. But we're also building something distinct, a university that looks ahead, confident in its mission as a public institution for public good. We are pleased to participate in the process here today and appear as Adelaide University, just some 32 working days from commencing this significant national endeavour, and with a clear commitment to the highest standards of transparent and accountable governance. Thank you again for your invitation.
Thank you. Does anyone else have an opening statement? I'm actually going to kick off. Obviously, this is a huge thing for South Australia, and as a South Australian, it's a particular interest to myself and Senator Bligh and Senator Pocock. With the merger, I think one of the things that people are particularly concerned about is how the transition is going to work for staff and students, and how you can ensure that goes as well as is humanly possible, but also then protecting and developing the workplace culture so that as you move into the future with the new university, which, you know, we're a bit excited about, how that workplace culture particularly and a positive student experience is going to be guaranteed.
So maybe I can start and break it down into the staff matters first, and then one of us will talk about the student matters. So far, we have, in the two institutions, had to transfer just north of 10,000 staff from two institutions, namely the University of Adelaide and University of South Australia, into Adelaide University. We did that in 6 tranches because it was just too much to do in one go. And in that process, we got 11,000 pieces of feedback on the transfer. We responded to all feedback, and I'm happy to say that at this point in time, we have managed to place more than 98, it could possibly be 99% of the transferred staff into positions that are commensurate with what they did before, or where they have applied for a job, perhaps an opportunity for progress in their career. We have so far not had any industrial action in that, so we're very proud of what we've done there. We believe that the way that we've been going about the creation of this university, which is a co-creation, it is a true development of a new institution on the way in, will set up its culture well for the future, because a lot of the conversations have been had on the way in, rather than one organisation having to adapt to what effectively was seen as a takeover. This is where for a very, very long time we never used the word merger, we used the word amalgamation. We felt that was a softer word. So I think on the staff side, Senator, it has gone very well. Now, as many will know, we come with 2 different enterprise agreements. And the next big job for us and for the union is to land on an enterprise agreement that is fair to all concerned and gives clarity to all concerned. And we're progressing well, but we're not quite there yet.
If I can add, I think one of the key components in the determination to progress this, when we said we were going to create a new university, it was quite obvious that staff were very concerned about their employment. And so we did put in place an employment guarantee for all staff. So no staff in either of the 2 foundation universities would lose their roles or their jobs or employment or be forcibly retrenched as a consequence of the creation of the new university. And we put that out into the public domain very early on, and that gave a certain amount of certainty to staff. We were challenged, I think, on numerous occasions to demonstrate that that was actually still the case, but we've held true to that. And that underpins the way in which we've mapped staff into the new structures. The structures themselves were actually delivered through a kind of an assessment of what an institution would need to be successful, but also through that second lens of the question, which was about how can an institution which is as large as this institution will be, when in steady state we'll have around 70,000 students. And that's a lot of students to have, and we are very acutely aware of the performance of large organisations and large students is where the risk around student experience diminution can happen. And so we consciously stepped into that by creating a role at the DVC table, the second tier of management of the institution, which is the group that reports to the Vice-Chancellor, where we have a DVC student experience and success. And their job is to make sure that students are looked after and that they have an outstanding student experience. You'll see from the table mission statement that we have a goal to be ranked within the top 5 for student experience of any institution in Australia. And that's a metric that the Council will drive into the organisation. And that's measured independently through things like the QUILT assessment of student satisfaction. Now, on the way through, not only did we map 92% of the staff into essentially the same or substantively the same roles that they're in the foundation universities to minimise that disruption of activities, but the students themselves, of which we have approximately 56,000 students who will be transferring from the 2 foundation universities into new universities, they're all being furnished with student plans about how their degrees map in and what they need to do as they arrive in the new university. But we're also aware that student experience both within the classroom and in the services and supports that sit outside the classroom. And in designing those services and supports, we actually have a student advisory group. I think it's got upwards of around 200 students. They're at every year level. And that group are almost like the testers for what we're trying to do as we try and deliver both new services and new functions. And they kind of give us a steer as to whether it's going to work from a student engagement perspective. We've also got students on the interim academic board, the transitional academic board of the institution, who we've carried over from the two foundation universities. Excuse me. So we're trying to give student voice primacy as we do this. And we routinely check in with the leaders of both the student associations and the students who are part of these groups to ensure that they're actually on track. And as they raise issues, we sit down in good faith and try and fix them.
I mean, obviously it's an enormous job.
It's huge.
And 2 years sounds like a long time, but obviously it's a difficult piece. We've seen some media articles about some of the student qualification articulation. Can you maybe just talk us through what that change might look like for students and what the implications are?
John, you're closer to this.
Look, thank you very much for that question. So as part of the process, one of the things that is very exciting about the new university is an opportunity to think about the whole curriculum at once. Rarely does a university get to think about its whole curriculum in one piece and try and bring into a modern contemporary curriculum. In doing so, we made obviously choices about what a comprehensive university would look like. We should also appreciate that our universities, well functioning as they were, have their own nomenclature and different approaches to naming conventions for degrees as they're doing. We have to end at a final point on that. So we did, through this process of determining what would a degree from, and if you want to check the Gazette, and I suspect you spend a lot of time looking at the South Australian Gazette, you'll see the movements between existing degrees and new degrees. Students have been told in advance why their credit arrangements will be, and this is part of what the Vice-Chancellor just said. Students are being constantly told about what their credit arrangement, what their timetables are looking, and what their next degree will be if they're a transitioning student. I should also say that as part of this process, we spent a lot of time with TEXA, giving them the guarantees about how a student will be transferred, what information they will receive. So yes, there are going to be moments where students' degree will be going from having a name change, but I suspect there are many of us here who have parchment on their walls of degrees that have changed over time from their existing universities. So we have been very careful to communicate with students. There are many ways of which they can seek advice on these matters. But there is a clear path for students to maintain the credit they have and complete with the new university.
Thank you. Obviously, it's a challenging time for people. Change can sometimes be uncomfortable, but your University Transition Council, can you just talk us through how the sort of transitional bodies, because you also got a transitional academic board and a number of subcommittees. How were these set up and how are they progressing, and also who sits on them?
Well, I can certainly talk about the Transition Council. The Transition Council has 15 members. I'm the Chancellor of that. The seven members from each of the foundation universities were appointed to that Transition Council. It was established in March 2024, and that council comprises experienced people from both former universities. There are presently, it also includes the co-VCs, there are presently 4 staff members on that council, and the council has established a range of committees, including an audit and risk committee, a finance committee, a senior remuneration committee, and more recently a people and culture and university community safety committee. The last one being particularly pertinent because council was of the view that safety is not only staff, it has to be the whole of the community, including students and visitors to the university campuses.
Great, thank you. I'm just about running. Oh yeah, please, Professor Lloyd.
So again, in the composition of the Transition Council, it's prescribed under the Act. So it's in the way in which the undertaking, I think we talked about it, it is somewhat unprecedented in scale and complexity. And we had two foundation universities that we had to run in parallel to the creation of a new university, which was, with hindsight, probably not the greatest idea that we ever had. But in doing that, the population of the new council was to carry forward that notion of culture of the two organisations was actually equal. So you had the seven plus a chancellor. And the same thing then applied in the academic board. The academic board has got a 50-50 distribution of membership, both staff and students, professional, academic, and then students at graduate and postgraduate levels in the tab. And that will endure until the course of the duration of the next year. And the next year then has transitional, what's the right word, John? Regulations. Provisions is the word, transitional provisions, which allows us then to move from the pre-establishment kind of establishment transitional boards into the functional boards of the future. And they're based on the acts that was put in place, which is brand new.
That's right. And one point I just leaving is the chairs of the academic board are the co-chairs of the current foundation universities. So they co-chair the new academic board. So it's that point of trying to bring parity as well as experience into the new transitional academic board, which has a lot of work to do, approving courses and other things through the process.
So just a final question from me. UniSA and Uni Adelaide were a little bit kind of crow's paw, right? How are you finding that the bringing together of those two teams?
So, first of all, one of the things we had feared was that people wouldn't like it and they would leave the organisation. So what we keep a very close tab on is what we call regrettable departures, where somebody decides that I'm just going to leave and there's no real good reason other than they don't like being with us. We have a historical low regrettable departure at this point in time relative to when we were running separate universities. So we think that people can see that the effort to create this university will create something that will be stronger than what either of them came from. So will there be moments where people say, gee, this is too hard? I'm sure there will be, but it's offset by them buying into the vision of having a university of a scale in South Australia which should remain stronger than the individual, somewhat smaller universities would. So I think that's the things that offset each other.
Can I make just one quick point on how culture's brought together? The new curriculum is going through, there's 14 cycles of developing new curriculum. So, and you imagine the first thing that we did was ask academics from both universities to come and think about what a modern curriculum for a modern learner would look like. So we very early on had people from psychology, from law, from economics, you think of all the disciplines, having to say, what does a good curriculum look like? So it actually was a way of getting people very much student-focused and on the academic task very early. And I think it's been one of the process itself helped the culture as much as the outcome.
Essentially bringing the best of both worlds.
And actually asking more, yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Bligh.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, is there any way we can warm this room up?
We've had a crack. They've turned the fans off. I know it's very chilly.
It's just so cold. I concur with that comment.
Senator Bligh.
Thank you. And I'll just take a slightly different tact now in terms of looking at the regulation and legislation that universities have to be compliant with. And certainly it was mentioned in the submission notes that there are some 200 state and Commonwealth pieces of legislation, plus you have TEXA on top of that. How does this, I guess, overlapping framework from all of those different bodies inhibit the ability of universities to do what I argue is their core business of teaching and research? And I guess, what would you say to us if we're making recommendations in terms of how can we streamline that for universities to operate doing what they should be doing?
So maybe I can just start on this. For the record, David has been a Vice-Chancellor since late 2012, early 2013, and I've been a Vice-Chancellor since 2007. So between us, we have 30 years of experience of running universities. And my sense is that the regulatory burden has increased very considerably for universities, which it probably also has for other organisations in society, often with very good intentions. But if you're a small university, then this increase in regulatory burden takes more and more money away from the academic purpose of serving the students right and conducting good research. And one of the strengths of coming together is that we will have to go from, for example, having 2 annual reports prepared and audited by the state audit to 1. So I think you'll find that, particularly for smaller universities, the regulatory burden can become acute. And we noticed that Charles Darwin University, for example, says we almost can't afford to stay compliant. These are my words, not their words. So that's important. And we know that there is a inquiry into universities running in New South Wales now, and the University of Sydney, as I understand it, have said that they have 331 distinct legislative acts to stay compliant with, and 157 on with very significant compliance burden. And they claim that there's been a 10% increase in compliance burden over the last 2 years. The university I used to run, University of Queensland, in 2023 reported a 63% increase in compliance costs over the past 10 years. So it is something that we really have to be really careful of, not increasing too much, because it might well be that some compliance regimes will take disproportionate amount of money away from the academic purpose, but also away from the compliance requirements that are really important and that we perhaps should spend more time on. So I think it is a very welcome question. Thank you for the question.
No, and do you have an approximate cost of what it would cost? Say, I guess you've in the unique position of bringing 2 existing universities together and building essentially a brand new one. Do you have any idea what compliance will cost the new organisation?
It won't cost us much less than it's cost us to date.
Yeah.
And it has, as our peer institutions have pointed out, we've seen an increase over the last 10 years of about between 50 and 60% in costs. Now, trying to get that to a granular, proportion of budget is quite difficult. And to be absolutely frank, as we were building the new university, we weren't micrometering how we were the compliance division. I can give you an example, though, in terms of the way in which we approach this, and your question pertains to how universities do go about doing their business. If we're a canary in the coal mine for the future of the sector, our experience on doing what we did butted up against a series of compliance regimes which never countenanced the creation of a new university. So while we went about the creation of a new university through merger, and we received our TEXA accreditation in May of 2024 with a 7-year accreditation, the process was almost a de novo process, and I know John and his team spent an inordinate amount of time to try and navigate an entirely new process. Similarly, our compliance with federal acts around whether we could be a Table A provider, whether we could receive grants, how we notify the ARC and NHMRC, how we even just transfer those kind of things, which you're going to have to do, but the systems are not geared for that. So there is a component here as we look to the evolution of a sectoral stewardship regime for higher education, that if this is going to happen again, we'll need to have a smoother path to its delivery. And I would really welcome the notion. I have no problem with regulation whatsoever. And I think proportional risk-based regulation works, but the interfaces between state and federal acts and agencies, oversight and compliance pieces, is where it becomes very interesting in terms of the rub, and some sort of impact assessment before a new regulation is landed about just how congruent it is with existing legislation and what does it mean for the institutions and the return on the investment.
So I guess, sorry, did you?
I just understand the Vice-Chancellor said. Every time I was had charge of being the registration as well as the Table A provision, every time we came to a question with the legislation and others, everything was a novelty. The TEXA and relevant legislations have made provision for the registration of a new provider or the deregistration of an existing one, but the bringing together of two functioning regulated providers, it was a de novo aspect. Now, I have to say, TEXA, to its credit, worked with us very carefully, but there was no move to say there must be a better way of bringing this, and as has been noted, I suspect this is not the last time we will see such an activity happening in Australia.
And I guess just to touch on that, I guess governance is good where it is managing risk. Do you think now, though, for universities that the governance exceeds the risk that it could be protecting from? Have we reached that?
I don't think we have an integrated frame of the totality of the imposition, and that's part of the challenge. If you take student safety provisions in the institution now, we have ourselves an integrity unit, we have a student ombud, we have a state student ombud, and there's a federal student ombud, and there's legislation for compliance. They're all things which we will have to comply with, and I have no problem with that whatsoever, because they are complementary to a certain extent, but they're also they do reproduce each other in another extent. Now, navigating that, I mean, I think the risk in that domain, we should always be in a zero tolerance, like the risk is so high where we don't comply. But the question of whether we have a system which allows us to be, as optimal or as productive as we want to be in complying is the question mark that I have.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that sort of goes into that regulatory expansion. So how do we come up with a governance structure that allows universities to still innovate, still teach, still conduct research, but keep public trust and confidence? I think that's the key question. That's what we've got to try and certainly I think that's what we're here for, to see what we can.
Yeah, and I certainly think that the Expert Council on University Governance, their recent announcement on the 17th of October, where they provided the governance principles, and it was actually, they were quite comprehensive, they were contemporary, and they provided much needed clarity on the governance expectations of the broader community. I think the approach taken of an if not, why not is a very sensible one. It recognises that not all institutions are the same size, the same structure, or the same stage of their governance journey. So I think that single set of guidelines, which provide very clear and unambiguous guidelines, provide for consistency, and they also allow for continuous improvement. They're certainly a welcome measure.
Excellent. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to answer our questions. Ms. Carr, you said in your opening statement that the sector is in transition, and I would put to you that the sector actually is in crisis. The higher education sector is in crisis, where wage theft has become systemic, casualisation is rampant, and there is governance failure after governance failure. You also highlighted the importance of transparent and accountable governance. So in the interest of transparency and accountable governance, has the business case for the merger been publicly released?
Can I refer that to the co-vice-chancellors, because we have released some information on that.
Has the business case been released yet?
So there's a version of the business case in the public domain, which provided for the projections we had on student and staff numbers, the way in which we were going to engage in the transformation agenda for curriculum, but which kept some of the commercial components of the case in confidence on the basis that we were subject to commercial contracts.
So the business case has not been released in full.
Not in full.
So I mean, how can you then say that you consider accountability and transparency to be key, but not release a business case to the public, to the staff, to students? How can the public, staff and students be assured that there is actually a case for the merger and the millions of dollars that are being used for the merger, public money, are justified?
The case which was released does talk to the benefits which accrue from the nature of the investment. It also talks about the scale of the investment which is going to be made in place. So there's a cost benefit analysis can be determined from that. The elements which were not put into the public domain specifically related to commercial contracts with third-party providers.
Who prepared the business case for you?
The business case was prepared by the two management teams of the two foundation institutions, and each management team had advisories who input to that. In the case of the University of South Australia, they engaged with Accenture, and in the case of the University of Adelaide, it was engaged with
PwC.
And were any of PwC and Accenture, did the universities have any other connections with these two consulting firms? Any other links I guess what I'm alluding to was any board member or any governance committee have any links, have anyone with any links to those consulting firms?
No, the University of South Australia has a relationship in education with Accenture, which relates to the Accenture Academy and a degree in digital business, which is run through a separate operations arm of Accenture itself. And the team we engage with in Accenture were the strategy arm.
And for University of Adelaide, the answer is no.
Professor Hoy, you said earlier that Adelaide University can't afford to stay compliant or something along those lines when you're talking about the pieces of regulation. But Adelaide University sure could afford to pay you a rise of 24% in your salary, just as wage theft was happening in your university. It's $1.25 million of wage theft between 2017 and 2025. And the NTEU has said that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Is the audit still ongoing?
Yeah, so first of all, I did not mean to say that we couldn't stay compliant. I meant to say, and I hope I said, that the more the compliance burden grows for universities, the less money there is available for the academic purpose, which is to give students a great learning experience and to do good research. And I said for some small universities, we understand that CDU has claimed that it's very hard for them to afford the compliance burden. When it goes back to the staff underpayment that you referred to, it is absolutely true that the University of Adelaide announced a month or so ago that we very regrettably, and I want to put on the public record that we're very sorry about this, found that some 838 casual contractors in the time period from 2017 to 2025 had been underpaid, not knowingly, but nevertheless they have been underpaid, and we're very sorry about that.
So is the audit still ongoing in terms of finding out how many more might be underpaid? Or
the audit is still undergoing.
And when will it complete?
It will complete when we have gone through all the scenarios we can think of where we have erred.
And have any staff member been repaid yet?
Yes.
How many?
Several hundred. I don't have the exact number because I believe, from memory again, that 60% of the staff that we found to have been underpaid are no longer working with us. And that means that you have to establish with them where do they live, what are their bank details, how can you contact them. And in this day and age, when you send them a letter and ask them for that, they often will phone and say, is this real? Is it safe to give you that, those details? But we're well progressed, and we have contacted everyone, and I would think that we're well over half the way of repaying those staff now.
Okay. And when will all the staff be repaid?
It should be all the staff we have identified.
Yes.
I'm very hopeful that it'll be by the end of this month.
Okay.
There might be a few people we can't find, or again, but I do want to reiterate to you, Senator, that it is a great regret of mine that we have found these underpayments, because one underpayment is one too many.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this has happened across the sector. I guess this is a question for both the Vice-Chancellors. I understand that staff have made repeated attempts to seek information on their new work arrangements under the merged university. And even the most basic requests have gone unanswered. Requests like workplace arrangement for specific needs, for instance, position descriptions, when they will become available, whether fixed-term contracts will be renewed. There's hardly 2 months left now, or a bit more than 2 months, and you still haven't figured this out, and are refusing, as far as I understand, staff have been refused this information. So, like you've said a lot about, staff and students and their well-being, but it seems like you just see staff as cogs in the wheel of this, corporate machine. So when are staff going to hear about their arrangements, and when is their psychosocial safety going to be taken seriously?
So, first of all, I will repeat, and I might be slightly wrong on the percentages, but I believe that 98% of the people know which position and where they're going to go into now. Second, you will realise, of course, that we're bringing 2 different staff cohorts into a new organisation, and all the conditions that they are under at the moment relate to the enterprise agreement that their foundation university came with. So therefore, the staff know exactly what enterprise agreement they're on. They know what the pay rates are on. So they also know that we have said that we aim to supply position descriptions or role descriptions on what we call the effective date, or which is the 19th of December, or as soon as possible thereafter. But for all intents and purposes, when they come into the new organisation, if they have not been given a new role description by that time, then their current role description applies.
So, I'll just go through some of those numbers just as well. So, as Peter said earlier on, we did transfer 11,000 staff using the enterprise agreements into the new structures. Those new structures went through 3 rounds where there was a change proposal, there was a change in plan, and there was an implementation plan. And at every step of that planning process, which is congruent with the 2 enterprise agreements, staff were afforded an opportunity to feedback. We received over 10,000 items of feedback, all of which was reviewed and fed back to staff, and changes were made to the proposals, which then arrived at the actual organisational operational structure, which was communicated to staff and into which staff have been assigned. Currently, there's probably in the range of 40 to 50 staff who are unassigned out of the 11,000, and those staff are individually case managed to find them roles and activities within the future institution that actually map to their skills and activities. 92% of staff were mapped on their existing work and role descriptions, and those role descriptions, our intent is to update them, to have them updated for the effective date or as soon as possible thereafter, knowing that there are thousands and thousands of them to be done. The way in which we've progressed this role description piece has been to try and make sure that we had the minimum change for the maximum number of people. That was one of the tenets we had in the change process. And we routinely conduct open town hall engagements with our staff. And during that, we are open to any questions they can ask. And if we can answer the questions on the fly, we will. And on Wednesday of this week, we're doing another one where for over an hour, the 2 of us will just take questions. I can tell you that predominantly the questions that we get asked are about pay equalisation and harmonisation. They're about the way in which the ways of working in the organisation, which has actually devolved to the areas to define themselves. And then the last one is about the working arrangements as we bring units together. So most recently we've moved to co-locate staff because we're very aware of the opening question, which is about how do you build a culture where you bring 2 teams together who do things in different ways. And so we're trying to co-locate as many of the professional staff as we can in new accommodation for the new university before we open, so that we can get coherent services. We have to do that under 2 enterprise agreements which have different arrangements for the provision of flexible work arrangements. To try and provide a new policy for the staff appropriately and consult through the 2 operants, that's the round of iteration which is going through right now. I would say, with all honesty, that we've not withheld any information from the staff member that's asked us a question. When we knew the answer, we've answered it. And if we didn't know the answer, we gave them an indication as to the timeline that it will be resolved.
So when will you negotiate a new enterprise agreement for the merged university? You yourself said there are 2 sets of enterprise agreements. When will this new enterprise agreement be negotiated with staff and with the NTU?
Yeah, it is. We're in negotiation at the moment. So the enterprise agreement team is in routine negotiation at the moment. There is a negotiation team who are engaged with the NTU on a weekly basis. We've processed a log of claims. We're engaged in good faith. Our strong, publicly stated desire was to have this in place so that when we opened, we'd open with a new enterprise agreement. If you look at the rate of negotiation and approval for the sector over the last, for as long as we've been Vice-Chancellors, the amount of time between the commencement of negotiation and our own internal desired deadline is unlikely to be met. What we would love to have is a heads of agreement in place as we open the new institution that gives staff absolute clarity around rates of pay, conditions, the way in which harmonisation and classification will operate, and then we can just do the remainder of the clauses thereafter. We've said since the very first day that we began bargaining that it's our desire to have this in place for the new institution for day 1. The time is against us right now, but we'll have it as soon as we can thereafter.
I have a couple more questions on another topic. What due diligence are you, both the universities, conducting to ensure any partnerships, investments, links or cooperations with weapons companies and the defense industry is not contributing to human rights violations, genocide and breaches of international law in Palestine? Because we know a lot of universities do have partnerships and links with weapons companies complicit in the genocide of Israel in Palestine.
So we might have to take this question on notice, but our base assumption that we use when we enter into agreements is that we will not do something that is contrary to the position of the Commonwealth on research, strategy, military strategy. We are, as you know, engaged in research that we believe is defensible and not designed to be overtly offensive.
So can you take this question on notice? So you haven't really done an audit to find out if you have links with any weapons companies whose weapons are being used to commit genocide in Palestine. You have not done an audit on that?
We know exactly which companies that we have contracts with.
So which companies do you have contracts with? Which weapons companies do you have contracts with?
I'll have to
or
take
investment in?
I would have to take that question on notice to give you an accurate answer.
Okay, thank you. Barbara, do you have questions?
Can I
A couple of questions?
yeah, I'll come to you.
Okay, no worries.
Yep. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time. The Acting Chair, Senator Grogan, earlier mentioned bringing together the best of both worlds. And I'm interested, when your transitional council transitions, what is the final composition of the council?
John maybe? Oh, Pauline.
We all know the answer. We just decided who's going to
So
answer.
the final composition of council was determined by our Act. Which is the most contemporary in Australia, and it also had a great deal of public scrutiny. The final composition includes 2 student members, an undergraduate and a postgraduate, 2 staff members, an academic and a professional staff member, an Indigenous, an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander member of staff. It also includes the chair of academic board. It includes the Vice-Chancellor. So in effect there are 7 positions out of the 16 which are, come from the university community. The remaining positions are appointed positions. The council, the Act indicates that there needs to be financial expertise and also commercial expertise. There needs to be consideration given to gender balance, and it is our intention that of those positions, they will be advertised, and an independent search firm will be engaged to conduct that process here.
And who makes the decision on those 9?
So once again, that's determined by the Act. The Act indicates there's a selection committee, and
Made up of?
Pardon?
Who's on the selection committee?
That's yet to be determined, the selection committee obviously can't be comprised of any council members who wish to be considered for future positions.
Okay. And what terms are those appointed?
The terms, once again, stipulated by the Act. From memory, the council members can be appointed for up to 4 years. So that means that council members can be appointed for a lesser period. And that does make sense for those external or, if you like, appointed members, because then you can have staggered terms. You don't want all of your external or appointed members retiring at the same point in time. Students, I think it was 12 months, and I think the staff members were for 2 years.
And is there a review of in the Act, is there a review of governance arrangements, or is it sort of a set?
The Act itself is subject to a review by proclamation under Section 55, so there will be a review determined by the South Australian Parliament.
Thank you. And then just finally, I know we're pushing up on time. In your submission and also today, you've talked about streamlining regulation, so you can ensure that you can not divert resources away from teaching and research. At the same time, we've seen media reports that researchers working on one of the state and really the country's most alarming natural disasters, the algal bloom, may lose their jobs. I'm interested if that is the case, that you're potentially losing researchers in that space.
That would be a matter that doesn't relate to AU or the foundation. It's Flinders University.
Okay, Flinders.
And I do not know what lies behind that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are you done? Okay. Senator Barbara Pocock. A few lines of question. Can you give us a ballpark estimate of the amount of Commonwealth revenue that your total revenue is made up of?
So the new university will have an estimated total revenue of about $2.1 billion. Of that, about $500 million would be international student revenue. So that's down to 1.6 billion. If we then start to look into it, if you talk about the Commonwealth Grant Supported Scheme, I would say, David, that
Take research off next
let's take research funding off, some of which comes from the Commonwealth. That would be our HERC and block funding would be, HERC funding would be about 400 million, so that's 1.2 billion. Then if you take the student contributions off, which are guaranteed by students, but which are not paid for by the Commonwealth, then we would probably take 450 million off that. So then I think we're down to about 750 million. So you're in the order of 33%. A third would come from the Commonwealth.
My base calculation would have been about between 35% as the core CGS.
So 30 to 35 from fairly direct means from the Commonwealth. I think you said 500 million from international students, which is about 25%, is that right?
Of revenue? Yeah.
About that. And then there's a bunch of other money which does rely on the Commonwealth in terms of via student HEX payments and so on. So a very large amount of your money comes from Commonwealth, one way or another, and you haven't argued against regulation, but it is a very strong argument, is it not,
for there to be appropriate regulation of all aspects of the university.
Senator, we believe that regulation is necessary. It has to be proportionate and it has to be targeted at the areas which we can't afford to go wrong. That's all we're saying. But we don't argue against proportionate and well-targeted regulation underpinned by strong policy.
Yeah. I want to go back to the question my colleague asked about the consultants. I think it is really regrettable that you haven't released to the South Australian public the full business case. Which particular elements in such a publicly funded institution are so commercially in confidence that they could not be withheld? They could not be revealed. What exactly? Just give us precise detail about why you couldn't release that detail.
Yeah, the time at which we were requested to release the business plan, which was going right back during the parliamentary inquiry in 2023,
August 23.
when we were asked to release the plan at that stage. We were in the beginning of the rollout of the plan, and predominantly the issues related to the fact that we had just contracted with a third party to provide us with commercial services, and that.
Sorry, say that again.
We had contracted with a third party to provide us with commercial services, which is exactly the consultancy point you're asking about. We were not in a position under the terms of the contract we had with our.
Explain that contract. What service was it providing?
So we have an agreement. In fact, it was contracted by the two foundation universities and will become an Adelaide University contract through the transfer of the contracts and assets at the end of the year. Where in creating the new university to integrate the number of computer systems and operational systems that we have for the new university, we certainly did not have both the capacity or the capability or the staffing to be able to do the work that needed to be done without third-party intervention. So we contracted with Deloitte to provide services to the new institution through a tender which was run with a probity advisor, an external tender oversight body, and in a public fashion in terms of it was open for competition. The evaluation of services related to the creation of an integration management office, which is the unit which we staffed up to be able to deliver the new university while running the two universities in parallel. And the contract to that part relates to knowledge transfer so that we will have a retention of project management capability in the new university when the project management capability, which was augmented by Deloitte, leaves the contract. And the other part is really the nuts and bolts of the wiring of the institutional systems. In creating a new organisation with a new curriculum and the delivery of, a functional university for day one, we had to take in the region of, was it 500 systems, Peter, from the two foundation institutions and integrate them in a way which nobody had ever contemplated. The complexity of that relates to both tier one systems like payroll and HR and finance and procurement, credit cards, building access, you name it, it's on the list. Learning management system is brand new. The curriculum management system is brand new. They all had to be reintegrated to deliver a functional university. Ordinarily, we might do one tier one system in maybe every year, maybe. We have done.
Sorry, my time is short. I'm not convinced, as from what I've heard.
So that's the nature of the contract.
I understand.
And the commercial terms of the contract are what we did not release.
So that particular contract with Deloitte, what was the value of it?
So this is where I have to ask. Does the committee want me to release that publicly?
Yes. I'm asking you now.
I'm asking the chair.
Yeah. You're at liberty to take that on notice and consider you may wish to gain other advice and determine and come back to us with what you believe to be what you can release, and then the committee can discuss what it wishes to do next.
I just want to point out the $25 million of public money from across the road from taxpayers all over this state, I see it in the financial accounts, went towards this project, and I think the public interest argument for revealing the amount, I've got further questions on it, is very strong.
The public investment from the state of South Australia was not used to procure consultants.
No, I'm just making the point that the public made an investment in this process and they have a right to understand the contracts that lie behind it.
We have reported on all the public expenditure.
Yeah. So come back to the Deloitte contract. Can I understand you properly, Professor Lloyd? You're saying that this particular contract with Deloitte was the essential commercial contract, which makes it impossible for you to release the
totality of the business.
the full business case.
Yes.
Oh, I must say I'm somewhat astonished by that. One contract prevented you from providing the business case document.
We did release a significant volume of commercial information in the business case, commercial to the institution and the intellectual property which relies on the creation of a new university. We did not disclose the volume of expenditure on that contract because we are subject to a confidentiality clause in that contract. Now, which is why I'm asking whether I'm being required to release it now.
I'm just making a serious...
And that's why I'll take that on notice.
It's a serious request for it. Did Deloitte have any interest, any overlap with personnel in any part of governance of either institution as it undertook that work?
Not in the University of South Australia.
So you are probably referring to a former council member of University of Adelaide, David Hill. There has been interest expressed in this from the NTU, from Dr. Andrew Miller, the NTU SA Division Secretary, Ms. Anna Streslecki, the NTU SA Division President, and Dr. Virginie Masson, University of Adelaide NTU branch President. And they wrote to us and asked questions along these lines. Our Chancellor gave a very fulsome response to the NTU, and it goes over several pages. So we can supply that response to the committee.
Would you care to table that response?
Yes, it's just I've scribbled over it, but I'll. I think I.
You can maybe provide us with a fresh copy or another.
It's benign scribble. I think I'm happy to chair this. I'll chair the response. I table the response. As I said, the NTU has been in possession of this for quite a while, or the name of the Chancellor.
Well, I'm not asking on behalf of the NTU, I'm asking on behalf of myself and those I represent. Does that document make clear the period of Mr. Hill, I think you said, his presence on the council and his involvement with the university?
I would say so. I would say so.
Right.
I think it sets out these things very clearly.
Thank you. I wanted to go to, you mentioned Accenture and PwC undertook activities for each university in relation to the lead up to the amalgamation. Is that correct?
That's right.
And did they do other business at the same time on other elements of university work?
Accenture were engaged in the University of South Australia's degree in digital business, but that was through a partnership for education provision. I don't believe that they were engaged, but I'd have to go back and check. I don't think they weren't contracted as consultants to do other work. So,
from what you've said, Professor Lloyd, Accenture have an academy.
There's a joint academy, which is the Innovation Academy between Accenture and the University of South Australia, and in that we deliver a joint venture product to market, which is about digital business, which is an online degree in which, in the 24 units which are taught, 6 of the units are actually internal Accenture training units, which are given to students.
And were they conducting that academy and that work as they undertook work for you around the amalgamation simultaneously?
The academy was initiated before they undertook the work.
So it wasn't overlapping. Do you see a conflict of interest?
I did say to Senator Faruqi that they were 2 different business units from in Accenture who have 800.
So they never talk to each other, you can be confident?
I can't.
We've heard a lot of evidence about the nature of their relationships. And there is very real concern in the Senate. There have been 2 Senate reports on conflicts of interest. It is a real concern. They have a practice of land and expand, and I imagine that would be a very useful relationship to them. What steps have you taken to ensure that the public good is protected by having a genuine separation of their interests in providing an academy and their consultancy interests?
I can tell you that there was a sole consultant involved in the preparation of the business case as a strategic advisor. and they had a strategic advisory group from within their unit in Accenture, which have absolutely nothing to do with the unit that delivers the education piece, who's coming from a completely different unit in a company that has 800,000 people.
So I can just give you the evidence that other really significant public institutions like the AFP, who believed in corridors of sterility, they called them sterile corridors, lost hope that they were real.
Yeah.
There are exchanges of information that can be hazardous for the public good.
Again, the delivery of the Accenture Academy in digital business, which is an education program, I would be quite interested to learn where the ball would stretch from that to the delivery of strategic advice on the conducting of a merger.
Senator Pocock, I'll ask you to think about...
Yeah, I have a couple more that I would really like to ask them. Is EY your auditor? Did I read that in your submission?
We're audited by the Auditor General.
In both cases. So EY play no role in relation to audit in either pre-existing institution?
EY is the internal auditor for the University of Adelaide. So that's EY. We also use from time to time for other matters, but they're the internal auditor for the University of Adelaide.
And does EY do internal auditing for UniSA?
We had a panel that we went out to. I think that I've seen KPMG engaged. I don't believe EY. I'd have to take that on us. I don't know.
Thank you. And do you have any concern about EY or whoever out of the Big Four doing internal audit and the separation? One of the major, a significant piece of evidence received in the federal parliament, which we've gone to make recommendations around, is that making a decision about whether a company provides audit internally and consulting, and that there needs to be a separation of the two, because audit gives so much access to every part of a business's operation and creates opportunities for farming future work.
I'm reasonably sure we have preclusion on any of the auditors being able to engage in any consultancy.
And could you provide on notice, Professor Hoy, whether that's the case in Adelaide as well? Or is the new university, are you speaking for there?
No, from the University of South Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, I will have to say that I do know that EY has been helping us on the staff underpayment matter, in addition to being our internal auditor because of their expertise in that area.
So will the new university consider a protocol of separation, a decision in favour of one function over the other, to make a choice between them, rather than to enable land and expand, the risk of the perception and possibly the reality of land and expand strategies?
I think it's a very reasonable question. It will be a matter for the new university and its governance body.
Will the new university publish its minutes? They may already be published, but will you be publishing the minutes of council meetings?
So at present we share key decisions that are made by the Adelaide University. We're obviously waiting on the looking at the University Expert Council on the Expert Council on University Governance, where it has indicated that a summary of the minutes and key decisions be published.
Will you be making council meetings open to the public?
Council has not had that discussion as yet.
And does the leadership have a view about it, Chancellor?
We haven't discussed that as yet.
And finally, then, if I can ask, do you two last questions? Sorry. Will you publish the list of significant consultancies that are held and conducted by the new institution?
So consultancies are disclosed in the annual reports of the universities already. That's done on an annual basis, and I think if we go back to the 2022-23 year, The volume of expenditure on Big Four in the two universities was in the sub $2 million across the two institutions, and I know in UniSA it was zero. So we routinely do that. So in an ongoing basis, that information will be the annual reports.
And is that by particular contract or is it an aggregate number?
I think it's an aggregate number.
Because I think there would be real interest, and I want to encourage you to consider publishing above a threshold. Those. Finally, when I look at the accounts for University of Adelaide, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at UniSA, there is a sizable capital reserve that you're managing, I imagine. If I understand your accounts correctly, I see 900 odd million in capital reserves. Is that correct?
Well, I can't quite remember what that refers to, but sufficient to say is that we have close to 500 million in our endowment, which of course would be the majority of the capital reserve we have. And then both institutions went into this merger in a good financial position. So, and this is a matter for the accounts, but it is important to make the point that University of Adelaide, in addition to the near $500 million in our endowment, had cash reserves of about 350 million, so it brings you close to the 900. And we have no debt. I shouldn't speak for my colleague, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You know how much money we have.
No debt, and their cash reserves are very high as well. So this merger is a merger that is brought about by opportunity rather than a crisis. We are looking to the future. We can see that on current trajectory, it becomes harder and harder and harder for universities to deliver what an advanced society would expect from their universities, particularly if the international student revenue is diminished for one or more reasons.
So very high cash reserves from UniSA, would you say they're equivalent? What sort of band would you?
The UniSA endowment is not commensurate with that in the University of Adelaide, but we had around $550 million in cash reserves going in.
So if you had an endowment beginning the new institution of around 1.4 billion, that's a lot of money. Do you have an investment mandate for that, about where you do and you don't invest? And do you accept, and I'm going back to my colleagues' questions in relation to armaments and weapons, do you have a mandate that excludes those investments from your 1.4, whatever it is? And do you accept endowments from such organisations?
So I can certainly tell you the journey that the University of Adelaide has been on over the last 3 years, and that is to reinvest our portfolio to the extent, and we published this, to the extent that this year 99.95% of our investments were outside fossil fuel exposed industries. It takes a lot of work to get that far, and you might ask, why isn't it 100%? It is because there was a fund that had some money in something we didn't know about. So we clearly have that we won't invest in tobacco, and I have to get back on the other thing. I would be surprised if we were investing in weapons at all, but I just don't want to give you an absolute guarantee because I'm just not across that detail, but I would be very surprised if we were.
The other thing we should note is that the new university has a significant endowment which is managed by Funds SA, and so the fund investment piece is actually managed by the state. And in UniSA's case, the bulk of the finances I talked about is held in cash.
Yeah, could you please both take that on notice if you do invest or have partnerships with weapons and gambling companies?
Okay, I'm going to rotate the poll.
Yeah.
Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. Thanks for your answer.
Senator Bligh.
Very quick, because we are already 30 minutes over, and it was just picking up on some of the financials you shared. What's your fixed costs on staffing? So if it's 2.1 billion, you're thinking revenue. What for the new university? Fixed cost for staffing, and if it can be broken into professional versus academic?
So typically, we would say that between 55 and 60% of our revenue goes on staff. So in this case, it would be $1.2 billion would be on staff. And the professional to staff ratio, academic ratio, we aim to have a ratio of below 1.1 professional staff per academic staff member. I think it's travelling at 1.08. So for all intents and purposes, the total expenditure on academic staff and professional staff would be comparable. It could be 55% on academic staff and 45% on professional staff. But it is really, really important for people to understand that an enormous amount of our academic work and student services is totally dependent on professional staff.
I can sympathise with that, having been a professional staff member at the University of Adelaide prior to the merger, but just curious for that. So in terms of padding for international student enrolment, if they're 25% of your income, you've got nearly 60% fixed. I think it's probably fair to make the observation that having a big university and then you've still got Flinders University, to grow to your projected 70,000 students, how will you do that without, I guess, inadvertently impacting Flinders University in a negative way, and if international student markets don't remain strong?
It's a good question. And in our modelling, which we undertook, our projection was to grow from a starting point of around 27-28% of an international student base, which is where we are about now. I think it's about 28% right now, up to 31% between now and 2030. I think it was 2030 was in the case, and to maintain that percentage as like if we went towards the 70,000 and you do the reverse engineering of that, our domestic enrolment growth is not based on taking load from Flinders. It's based on being a domestic provider nationally through our online provisions.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing again, because I would like to get this on the public record. Whilst 25% of the revenue would come from international students, because an international student typically pays $45,000 to $50,000 per annum, whereas the average CGS and HECS for a domestic student is about $22,000. The margin to do things like capital works, et cetera, at the university is dependent on that much bigger net revenue that you get from international students. So without international students in Australia, we would look very stressed in many respects.
I think it's worth noting that international education is South Australia's #1 export industry, and for the first time reached $3 billion last year. Yes. So this state is hugely dependent on the success of that.
We've got back to pre-COVID, which it was the year before COVID, our biggest export. Yeah.
Thank you. Senator De Liga.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question, and good morning, everyone. Just in September, this committee we've tabled our an interim report with 12 recommendations. What are your thoughts on our recommendations, and do you support them?
You've done the analysis,
John?
Look, we're only talking about the major recommendations, the whole of the report. So look, many of the recommendations, especially as they relate to governance, I think are reasonable. I think many of the expectations, and I think you have to read them, of course, with now a dueling report as well in this area. I think I would really commend to this committee to have a look at the Adelaide University legislation. It holds up very well. If you look at the functions of which it's trying to achieve, they're for the state, for the welfare of the people of the state, to bring into higher education those who have been denied it in the past. I would really commend to look at our legislation, because I think you will see that it meets some of the questions you're asking. It has provisions around conflict of interest. It has provisions around ensuring that councils are reflective of what we need. And if you look at those up to 8 members who are from outside of the council, outside of the university. It has a skills matrix that you'd expect to see in a large running. So as to your report, I would again commend you to have a look at what the legislation here. The Parliament took it very seriously about what a new university should do for this state and the people of this state.
And just following on from Senator Pocock's question about, for example, publishing of meeting minutes, that is part of recommendation 1, is the increasing and improving transparency. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Williams? Sorry, Professor Williams.
Look, again, if you look at the legislation, there's a requirement to keep a register of conflicts, to keep a register of decisions, and so the publication of those, I think it's not an unreasonable request, but it's going to be something that the university's council will ultimately have to make the decision. Academic boards are regularly putting up decisions in places, so I think that would be a reasonable trend.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. And a final question from Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. So as far as I understand, the new Adelaide University Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nicola Phillips, will receive a salary of $963,000. But her predecessor from the University of Adelaide, that's you, Professor Hoy, you were paid $1.045 million last year, and the other predecessor, the VC of Uni SA, that's you, Professor Lloyd, was paid $1.4 million. So Professor Phillips is taking this role, combined work of both her predecessors, and she's being paid less than either of you. Is this the gender pay gap at play, or is this an admission that university vice-chancellor salaries are just too damn high?
Thank you for the question, Senator. By way of background, it's probably worthwhile pointing out that both of the co-VCs actually presently undertake 2 roles. They are co-vice-chancellors of the new Adelaide University, and they also are the vice-chancellors of their existing universities. So there's a lot of work there. But to get back to your question in relation to Professor Phillips, no, it is not gender-based in any way. I can explain to you how Council formed the basis for her, and that we engaged Mercer Consulting, who is an independent consulting group that provides...
Another consulting group.
Sorry?
Another consulting group.
It provides independent advice. It's an expert in that area. It's in-house expertise that we don't have, to provide advice. And what Mercer did was they actually applied their job evaluation system to assess the role's complexity, its accountability, the skill requirements and the challenges, and establish what they call a work value. And that evaluation enabled benchmarking against other Australian universities, VCs, public sector and for-purpose entities, as well as private sector comparators. And the Mercer's advice also considered pay levels at comparable universities, Adelaide University's strategic positioning, the talent available and the calibre, and also the university's financial capacity. It also looked, and as you know, with any of these recommendations, including those provided by the Remuneration Tribunal, is that there is a range, a salary range for such positions. This is Professor Phillips' first Vice-Chancellor role. She has been an acting Vice-Chancellor previously, and based on all of those factors, there was a responsible, a fair and reasonable and a competitive salary which was negotiated for Professor Phillips.
And were consultants also hired to set Professor Hoy's salary and Professor Lloyd's salary?
I'm unable to comment on that. The salaries for the co-vice-chancellors are not paid for by Adelaide University. Their remuneration arrangements are determined by the foundation, by their respective foundation councils.
And I should just say, I think you ended up with, was it 973,000?
963,000.
I think it's in the public domain that the new Vice-Chancellor at Adelaide University can also get a bonus payment subject to performance, and that could take the salary above 1.1 million.
Yes, so just to provide some clarity on that, her base salary is $860. She receives 12% statutory superannuation on that base salary. There is also at-risk variable remuneration, performance pay, where she can earn up to 20% of her base salary, which is subject to the attainment of strategic stretch objectives that will be set by Council shortly after her commencement, which does put her total potential remuneration to 1.135 million and a little bit.
Still extraordinary that Mercer would think this job was worth 35% more than the Prime Minister.
So I'm just going to intervene here and ask if we're going to keep going for very much longer on this. No. I'm just trying to manage the next stages of our day.
Yep. Vice Chancellor's salary is too high. I think you missed the point completely of my question. Sorry, Chair.
If I may just say, just in relation to the Remuneration Tribunal, I think there has been a recommendation at some point that the Remuneration Tribunal is used for the setting of Vice-Chancellor salaries and also the direct reports to the Vice-Chancellor. That is something that Adelaide University would be supportive of. My understanding is they do provide a range and they recognise the expertise that particularly the Vice-Chancellors have and their qualifications and experience that they need to bring to the role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank you all for coming along this morning. We do appreciate your evidence and your time and your expertise. If you have taken any questions on notice, can we ask that they are returned by the 24th of November? And with that, we will take a short break. I'm very aware that we are running over time. It is an intentional run over to make sure everybody gets to ask the questions they need and uncover the issues that they wish to. We will, just for everyone's knowledge, we are likely to then cut short our lunch break and potentially may roll over a little bit at the end of the day, just for the management of everyone's day. But for now, we will break and we will return at 11:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Australia Institute and Dr. Simon Longstaff, who are both joining us by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. I understand that Dr. Longstaff can only stay with us till 12, which is about 5 minutes. My apologies profusely for the run over this morning. I unfortunately was not alert to your time constraints, Dr. Longstaff, so please excuse me.
Okay.
We also have representatives from the Australia Institute. If you would like to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing, we will direct our first questions to Dr. Longstaff to reflect your time pressures.
Simon Longstaff, representing the Ethics Centre.
I'm sorry. I wonder if
Richard
you could
Dennis,
just speak up a little bit. That was.
Richard Dennis, co-CEO of the Australia Institute.
Jack Thrower, Senior Economist at the Australia Institute.
And Mr. Longstaff, I wonder if you could go again because you were very faint.
Yep, Simon Longstaff, representing the Ethics Centre.
Thank you very much. We will go to questions to you first, Dr. Longstaff, and we'll start with Senator Bligh.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Longstaff. Basically, you've written extensively about conflicts of interest and how they can be managed in practice. In large university procurements or mergers, what practical tests do you use to distinguish between a perceived conflict and a material one? And what safeguards are proportionate without grinding decision-making to a halt?
So, in many respects, a perceived conflict of interest can be as damaging to an institution as a material conflict of interest if it's left unaddressed. So the perception of a conflict of interest can only be dealt with when it is, as in all cases of conflict of interest, declared, when the individual involved in the conflict steps away and allows other parties then to determine how those interests should be resolved. If the perception cannot be clarified to the satisfaction of both parties where the conflict arises, then it has the same material effect. There's no real distinction there. You have to step away from decision making in relation to the particular matter. So as to the question of materiality, it's anything that has a bearing on the ability of the person to make a disinterested, independent judgment and be seen to do so in relation to a matter affecting the interests of the institution.
Thank you. And from your perspective, when do codes, checklists and external regulations start to produce compliance theatre rather than better decisions?
Well, the trouble with an over-reliance on compliance, and of course this is a balance in everything, I don't believe there should be an abandonment of prudent regulation of any institution. But the trouble with it is if you create a world in which no one can choose to do anything wrong, you inadvertently create a world in which no one can choose to do anything right. And it's not just a matter of cost then, there's also a form of risk that you introduce into the system that when the codes are silent or when they have moments of inconsistency, which is not uncommon, then individuals have progressively lost the capacity to make responsible choices as a result of having those constraints in place. The far better thing is to have a system which has prudent rules, that is the non-negotiable necessary rules in place, and then far more important, a set of values and principles, in other words, an ethics framework, which becomes the sole standard for judgment when acting on behalf of the institution. And you make that have practical effect by introducing a regime in which it's less about the hierarchy of position and more about the quality of reasons that people can give in defence of any proposed course of action. So that if there is an explicit set of values and principles which the institution is holding, then everybody, whether they are a member of a university council, a vice-chancellor or somebody else making decisions, have got to be able to frame their decision by showing how that gives effect to those values and principles. And in that way, you get a reasonable balance between the non-negotiable and necessary rules and the principles-based decision-making that still preserves the capacity to make responsible decisions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Longstaff. We have seen reports in the media of many vice-chancellors of quite a few universities having a second paid role that is external to the university. What do you believe are the ethics of having that second role, which is paid, even when vice-chancellors have massive salaries, mostly in excess of $1 million a year?
I think there are two issues there, Senator. One is to do with the size of the salaries, where, in my view, it's less about the absolute size of the salary, but its relative escalation from the lowest paid person happens to receive. So if everybody is very, very well paid in an institution and it's just a few steps above to the extremely well paid Vice-Chancellor, that's probably not so much a problem. It's when the gap is very great that I think issues of justice begin to open up. But the issue of secondary employment, I think, is somewhat different and less related to do with the salary and rather to do with the capacity of the person adequately to discharge their responsibilities to the institution that employs them. That, I suspect, ultimately comes down to a judgment being made by the person in the position, whether in good faith they can do all the things which they are required to do while having another role, and whether or not the governing body that has oversight of their conduct believes that also to be true. If both agree that to be the case, and this is going to be, different cases are going to produce different results, then in principle it may be permissible to do that. But that's a very high test to have to satisfy to the satisfaction both of the incumbent in the position and those who are in the governing body.
Universities, as you know, are of course public institutions, but
yes.
We talk so much now about the corporatization of universities because they have been driven by profit and the way they operate has become very corporate. So from an ethics perspective, how do we ensure that universities are governed to ensure public good rather than private interests?
I think, Senator, well, it's also somewhat ironic really to note that the earliest modern universities, that is starting with the University of Bologna and Paris, Oxford and Cambridge and things, were in fact the first corporations. But they of course had a higher purpose than just to make money. And I think the modern form of corporatisation, whether it's in sport, where we've seen what it's done in a number of elite sporting contexts or in universities, introduces a purpose which is contrary to the defining good which ought to be secured by universities, which ultimately are about research and teaching in the public interest. And anything that detracts from that by way of the culture can be damaging because it introduces different management practices associated with that. As I said before, we've seen this happen in other institutional settings where people who have been well-intentioned, thinking that the disciplines of a corporation might usefully be applied to bring about greater efficiency and effectiveness, have also inadvertently imported a set of assumptions which have not been consistent with the defining purpose of the institution and thus have inevitably come to betray them. And I think universities themselves have got to guard against that. It's not to say they shouldn't be well managed and organised, efficient and effective, but the concept of the modern corporation, certainly in the form which is around profit maximisation, isn't the best model for achieving that outcome.
Well, thank you, Dr. Longstaff. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Longstaff, thank you so much for your indulgence. Sorry to have kept you beyond your available time. We will let you go.
Okay, thanks for that.
No worries. Thank you
Bye.
so much. Now, on to the Australia Institute. Mr Dennis, Mr Thrower, thank you for your patience there. We will. Do you have an opening statement at all?
Yeah, I'll make a brief opening statement. Look, thank you for having us on, and I'm here with my colleague Jack Thrower. Look, the Australian Institute is quite concerned about the governance of the Australian university sector as a whole, and while we're happy to talk about specific examples, I think it's quite clear that after nearly 40 years of pressure for universities to become more businesslike, they've actually failed in all terms. I don't think anyone thinks that universities give students the experience they used to. Students are paying more to get less. I don't think anyone thinks that academics have got more time and resources to do good research. And of course, all we ever hear from the universities is that they're broke and in crisis. So, you know, our submissions focus on the fact that the pressures that universities have been put under have pushed them in directions that are almost unique in the world, but they certainly haven't delivered for students. They certainly haven't delivered for research. And if you take the Vice-Chancellors at their word, which, to be honest, I don't always, I think some of the crisis talk is confected, but it's not even working from a business point of view. So, big picture, we're concerned about the whole way that universities are structured. We're concerned about the mismatch between state acts of parliament and federal funding, meaning that universities fall between the cracks. We're worried about the rhetoric that universities, on the one hand, claim to be run like businesses, but, you know, then in court, as they are at the moment, Western Sydney and Newcastle Uni are both arguing that they're not liable for false and deceptive conduct under the Competition Act because they're not in business. So just like they're kind of state and kind of federal, they're where Australian universities are not governed as if they're businesses. They're not governed as if they're public sector enterprises, and their performance is pretty much letting down every stakeholder. So, yeah, congratulations to the Senate for having this inquiry, and our concerns run quite deep.
Thank you very much. We will start with Senator Pocock. David.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm keen to draw out further your recommendation around clarifying the purpose of universities being for the public good. Maybe expand a bit on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I were being paid $1.5 million to run a company, it would not be ambiguous what my objectives were. My board and my shareholders, and indeed corporate law, would make it very clear what my objectives were, and they would overwhelmingly be to act in the interests of my shareholders. But what we have is vice-chancellors at Australian universities, and indeed, you know, their governing bodies, their councils and senates, that are kind of sort of a bit running a business and kind of sort of a bit running important public institutions. And that ambiguity makes it, I would argue, impossible to really scrutinise the actual performance of the management and the leadership of the university. So if we criticise the Vice-Chancellor who's getting paid a lot of money and getting a big pay rise and say, well, you know, student experience is declining, or, you know, research output is declining, or you're declining in some other ranking, they can just say, oh, but that's not my priority. My priority is to try and, you know, grow revenue from foreign students, or my revenue from property development, or so unless we can, we, the Australian people, through our parliament, unless we can clearly articulate what the objective of the university is to us, its major funders, and to be clear, you know, no one gives the unis more money than the federal government. If the federal government can't be clear about what the objective of the uni is, then we can't really be disappointed or surprised that management have a lot of wriggle room, and in turn that we get the very confused and conflicting that we hear now.
And given the mix of federal and then state and territory legislation and regulation, where should that clarification of purpose sit? How do we enact that?
Look, I think that's a very good question. I might let my colleague Jack start.
Well, I think essentially it could come through a few different ways. It could, so the Howard government, one of the reasons that there is so much commercialisation in the university sector at the moment are a bunch of changes sort of pushed forward by the Howard government, such as through the Higher Education Support Act and the associated Commonwealth Grant Scheme guidelines. So the federal government does have a lot of power here to, it has power to commercialise or quasi-commercialise universities, and it similarly has the power to uncommercialise them. Probably the most straightforward within the existing system would be to use those sorts of financial levers as the key funder of universities, would be to essentially push the states to pass similar changes to legislation, or if we saw a more holistic change, then that could be through the broader creation of a national education, sort of a federalised national education system as proposed by Dr. John Quiggin in his submission and report to the Australia Institute.
Thank you. You mentioned the Australian government being the biggest funder of universities. When it comes to funding for universities, both for domestic students and then for research, have you had a look at job-ready graduates and have any views on the urgency of reform of that model?
Yeah, this has been a key concern for us. I had a paper that came out about the basically exploding cost of university education, particularly for some degrees, particularly under job-ready graduates. There's a lot of talk about the problems with the HEC system, including indexation and repayments and things like that. But sort of the key issue is that university is a lot more expensive than it used to be. And under job-ready graduates, then you've seen just this explosion of the cost of popular degrees such as arts, commerce, law, things like that. So they're costing about $50,000 for a 3-year degree, about $17,000 a year. Whereas the cheapest, according to our research, the cheapest degrees, which are a bit less than $5,000, is about what university degrees would cost if under the original HEC system, degree costs have just gone up with inflation. So those cheap degrees, the education degrees, nursing, agriculture, things like that, are sort of in the original model of HECs, whereas, yeah, particularly under job-ready graduates, we've seen university degrees fees explode, and reversing that should be a priority for the government.
If I just add to that I think the logic that sits underneath HECs, and I paid HECs when I went to uni, the logic at the time was that university was a path to significantly higher average incomes, and that HECs was an equitable way to recoup some of that gain. Well, the world has changed a lot in that 40 years. But I think the easiest way to highlight some of the sort of absurdities of our current approach to education and training is that I think it would be a very rare politician who would say that we should make any form of tradies pay more for their training. It would be a very rare politician to say, well, if builders are going to earn a lot of money, then maybe we should make them pay a lot for their training. Well, we are making teachers and nurses and all sorts of people pay a lot for their training, but we also rely very heavily on arts graduates and all sorts of graduates to go on and perform important roles in Australia where they don't earn nearly as much as so-called tradies. So, if we're serious, and I hope this inquiry is, I think we'd ask even bigger questions like, do these demarcations about what a fair way to recoup the cost of training, do they make sense in 2025 the way we thought, well, some people thought they made sense in 1985? Because, yeah, the graduate, the coalition's last changes to make some degrees a lot more expensive kind of fit in with an elitist idea that some uni students were just having a great time at uni and going to have a great life and earn lots of money. But if we actually look at the performance and what happens to graduates, we can see that the university system is now incredibly burdensome on some young people, while at the same time we're worried about shortage of trained people.
And just finally, have you done any work looking at the long-term socioeconomic impacts of job-ready graduates and delaying the reform of job-ready graduates?
There's some research. Essentially, the numbers of certain groups such as sort of first in the family, university students and lower socioeconomic groups have gone down recently. It's not fully clear, it's not fully clear that that's because of job-ready graduates, but it seems a pretty reasonable assumption when the cost of getting a degree has risen so much, and at the same time, the availability and the rate of things like study assistance, so youth allowance and AusStudy, the rates of people getting those keep dropping, and the actual rate of the payment is below the poverty line. So essentially what we're seeing is a very expensive education system and really low levels of support. So while research hasn't directly drawn out the link in the two, it's not unreasonable to assume that they are linked. And yeah, that's essentially locking out future generations of people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds from getting a higher education and all the benefits that brings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Bly.
Thank you very much, Chair. You, in your submission, have supported establishing an Australian Tertiary Education Commission with stronger powers because, in your words, TEQSA has failed. I'm just interested in understanding how that would work in practice, and would the new commission replace TEQSA or sit alongside it?
Well, essentially, our submission, it was talking about the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, which is now being set up and doesn't appear to currently have very broad regulatory powers or sort of enforcement mechanisms. Whether or not something would replace TEQSA or TEQSA itself would be strengthened substantially, we don't have a strong view on. The importance is sort of bringing more regulatory heft to the sector. Essentially, at the moment, TEQSA, although there have been some promising changes that are increasing its powers and sort of the regulatory requirements that universities need to meet, remains relatively weak compared to things like corporate regulators. So, yeah, we don't have a strong view as to whether this should be a replacement or a substantial strengthening. The importance is that there is a consistent and strong regulatory framework to bring accountability to the sector.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, give you a specific example, again, CEOs of universities, vice-chancellors earning $1.5 million a year. When asked why, the justification is running a big business, very complicated, big business. Well, if you're running a big business, your shareholders have enormous say over your salary. And we have the two strikes rule where if 25% of shareholders think that the remuneration is excessive, then the whole board of a private company is spilled. That's the law. That's because the Australian Parliament thought that listed companies were too prone to paying their CEOs too much money, and because the Australian Parliament thought that without changing the law, shareholders' voices wouldn't be loud enough. So the Australian Parliament thought that the issue of CEO pay was sufficiently great that the Australian Parliament created those rules. And I think most market participants now, including at the moment, if I'm the Vice-Chancellor at a large Australian uni, I'm far less accountable and similar to council, is far less accountable than the board or CEO of a large Australian company. So, yeah, to Jack's point, whether it's a new body with a lot tougher regulations to enforce and a culture that wants to enforce it, or whether it's a much beefed up TEQSA, the reality is Australian universities are not as aggressively governed as private companies, and they are not as aggressively scrutinised as any other public institution that I'm aware of. and the consequences of that are becoming obvious. So whether it's TEXA or something else, this is not going to fix itself with a bit more disclosure and a bit more sunlight.
Can I just unpack that a little bit? So essentially, I guess when you're looking at this, having scrutiny and applying sanctions, you're looking at it more from a corporate governance structure. Sorry.
I
was going to say, so it would be, financial, reputational, administrative. Is that what you're seeking or recommending?
Look, it's a really it's a challenging question, because our kind of submissions focus on the fact that Australian universities are not really structured like businesses and not really structured like public sector organisations. And I would argue that because they're not structured like either of those, they've actually got less governance than either of those, less oversight, less transparency. So, I'll take the premise of your question at face value, but it's a tricky question to answer, because if the Vice-Chancellors and the councils are determined to say that they run like businesses and act like businesses, then yes, they should be regulated a lot more like businesses. But to be clear, those same universities are in court in Australia today defending class actions that they misled their students by telling the court that they are not businesses and that they can't be expected to live up to the same standards that Qantas or Telstra or any other listed company would. So, yeah, I think either the Parliament has to be really clear, do you want them to run like businesses or do you want them to provide essential services? Either the Parliament has to spell that out, but if it doesn't spell that out and these universities are going to run as if they're businesses, then yes, under the circumstance that we let a publicly owned institution define its own objectives, under the circumstances we let a publicly owned institution set its own goals, if they set the goals that they're running a business, then yes, they should be scrutinised as if they were running a business. And, if you look at a quick look at the accounts of an Australian university would scare any investor, because there is nowhere near enough information about the decisions they make and how they decide what to advertise and when to advertise, and near enough information that would allow an investor to feel confident that an Australian university is being well run. And clearly the Australian Parliament doesn't have access to that information either.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I guess in your submission you also propose things like university council meetings be held similar to, I guess, how our Parliament runs, so that it would be public. Do you think that for sensitive conversations that universities would need to have in those council meetings, that there would be some kind of, I guess, like we do in the Senate, sort of in-camera sessions? Is that how you envisage that would run?
Yeah, so it's essentially they would be run in public as default. There would be exceptions in a similar way that we see in our public government institutions. But I think the key reform here is, essentially bringing that sort of public accountability and transparency to the fore. So another one of our recommendations is about the composition of these councils. It's making sure that a majority of the people on these bodies are elected by a student or staff. The exact breakdown of the numbers there, could be determined by the institutions themselves, but essentially it is trying to bring that, make sure that the people that are actually involved in the governance of the institutions have sort of skin in the game. So they are representing people with the most at stake in the future of the institution. So that would be students and staff.
And to give you an example, like again, if, and I don't accept this, but if a university chose to run itself as if it was a business, well, if I was running a business and I was making bad choices, like I was spending a lot of money on advertising, my costs were going up, my revenues were going down, then there is minute-by-minute feedback from my investors through the share market on my performance. And indeed, at an annual general meeting, my investors who don't have minutes of all my board meetings, but my investors get to decide whether to sack me or not. So again, this is the halfway house that Australian unis are running in. They've got all of the privacy of a private company, but none of the accountability of a private company. And as citizens, I can't sell my shares in the ANU if I think it's being poorly run. As a citizen, I don't get to vote against the management if I think it's poorly run. But I don't even get information that would show me what decisions they made that they're proud of. Because that's the point. If you're proud of these decisions, you wouldn't be trying to keep them all secret. As a citizen, I don't get to sell my shares, I don't get to vote at an AGM, and I don't even get to know what was on the agenda at the meetings. So, you know, again, the Australian university sector is not governed in a way that any other part of Australia is governed. It is a black hole, and to say that they shouldn't have to have open meetings, they're entirely immune from shareholders and a regulator that doesn't actually have any teeth. That's why we've got problems.
Excellent. And just to follow up, and this is my last question, do you think universities should be able to have marketing budgets to essentially advertise against each other when they're all publicly funded?
It's a good question. My instinct is no, but I can understand the counter-argument. But for the people who make the counter-argument, they should make the argument for what it is they think the advertising is achieving. They should make the performance criteria publicly known. So if they think that spending all this money is good for their students, they should explain how. If it's good for their staff, they should explain how. And if, and this is a big if, it's actually boosting profits significantly, then why are they in this financial crisis? So, you know, again, the problem is this halfway house that universities in secret decide how much to spend on what kinds of advertising and whether to sponsor a football team or a cricket team or this or that. And unlike anyone else in Australia, private or public, not only is the decision-making hidden, but so is the evaluation. So for those that think that 2 universities in Adelaide running ads to say, pick me, is good for Australian taxpayers, well, I can't see it. But if the people that think it's great, then they should put out what their criteria for success are in advance, and we can all hold them accountable to that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Dennis and Mr. Thrower for coming to answer our questions, or rather answering our questions on the phone. The Australia Institute's report titled Cooking the Books at the Australian National University exposed that ANU actually had a $90 million surplus in 2024, despite their claims that they had a deficit of $142.5 million. ANU CFO Michael Lonergan doubled down in an article in the Canberra Times recently, stating that there are no material misstatements. Also, you have recently revealed that the University of Newcastle has no financial crisis, despite their claims that their position is unsustainable. Do you think this is the trend that we can expect from universities now? That they are just going to cook the books or lie about their financial position to justify drastic staff cuts and restructures?
Look, I hope not, but hope is not a strategy. And I think the Senate should be particularly concerned that the Australian taxpayer has invested heavily in creating an Australian National Audit Office to ensure that public money is well spent, that the Australian government has created obligations on institutions like the ANU to use the Australian National Audit Office to sign off on its accounts. If I were the Australian Parliament, I'd be quite concerned that some people who work for public institutions have said, yes, that's all very well that the Auditor General says I made a surplus, but if I remove some revenue and don't remove any expenses, I can come up with a different number to the Auditor General. I'd be highly concerned if I were in Parliament, just as if I was a shareholder in a private company and the CEO said, don't worry what the audited accounts say, I prefer to use different numbers than the audited accounts. So, I think that you're right, it's happened at ANU with quite significant impacts. It's happening at Newcastle University. We're looking into which other unis are doing it. But to be clear, part of ANU's explanation for why it chooses to ignore the audited accounts is that kind of a primary school excuse of everybody else is doing it. So Newcastle Uni says it's okay to ignore the auditor because someone else is ignoring it. ANU says it's okay to ignore the auditor because someone else is doing it. Well, I really think that, again, if these publicly owned institutions were well governed, there would be some pretty clear criteria for what revenue should or should not be included. And to give you an analogy, I can't believe that if the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs showed up at Senate estimates and said, well, the money that we got from selling passports just doesn't count, I'm just going to report what happened on the money that I got from consolidated revenue, and the revenue I get from selling passports, that's kind of my money to decide how I want to spend it. I think any senator would think that was outrageous. Yet we have vice chancellors of public universities saying, well, some of the money that comes in here didn't come from the federal government, and I choose to treat that money differently. Well, from a governance point of view, the minute it hits the ANU or Newcastle University's bank account, then that money can only be spent on the objects of the university. And the direction that the cash flowed in doesn't change the governance obligations of the university. And again, just to make this really simple, all these universities are doing are excluding some sources of revenue, but not excluding any sources of expenditure. Well, that inevitably makes the bottom line look worse, but it's not what accounting principles would suggest you do. And the Auditor General comes up with quite different numbers, and I would always prefer the audited numbers.
Yeah, thank you for doing that work. One of your recommendations to this committee is for universities to provide a separate and itemized consultancies disclosure report, which the Greens 100% agree with. Should universities also provide a similar disclosure report for links, partnership and investments that they have with fossil fuel companies and weapons manufacturers, which are causing havoc around the globe?
I definitely would agree with that. Essentially, most of what we're recommending is this simple increase of disclosure requirements on universities. Isn't going to solve the problem just by itself, but it will help both identify these issues. If the public, the taxpayer, who has such a role in funding these institutions, has a concern with the investments that universities are making, then at least they should know where universities have been investing, and if there is a view in the university community and the public that there shouldn't be investments, then that should be disclosed and the institutions can make these decisions.
Yeah. Could I just kind of get your view explicitly on should universities divest from investments and partnerships with fossil fuel companies who are cooking the planet and with weapons manufacturers whose bombs and equipment are being used in Israel's genocide on Gaza or elsewhere to kill civilians? Because really no public good can come out of this.
Look, my personal preference would be for universities like the Future Fund and all government-owned entities to divest from a uniform set of democratically selected things. And I put it this way, I don't understand why public money housed at a university should be invested differently than public money invested by the Future Fund or a different university. Again, if we think about who's governing these institutions, the federal government puts in more money than everyone else. Personally, I think that there should be investment mandates across all public sector investment pools. And in a democracy, people can disagree on what those are, but it's hard to disagree. I mean, most people think tobacco should be out. So, everyone sort of seems to think that something should be out. I think it's a democratic question of what, but it's an accountability issue of can we see it? So I think Jack wants to add something.
And I'd also just point to some of our other research. We relatively recently released a report called Fossil Fueled Universities, sort of highlighting, particularly in regards to the fossil fuel industry, the continued links between fuel companies in the industry generally and universities. And I think tobacco is the great example that, at some point we decided that it wasn't appropriate for universities to fund things like health research by getting donations and sponsorships from the tobacco industry. And similarly, it seems to be time as a society that we also break those links between the fossil fuel industry and other industry, harmful industries and the university sector. That's the end of my statement.
Just a couple more questions from me. Do you think that chronic public underfunding of universities, including research, has made universities more susceptible to corporate capture?
I would agree with that. Basically, so our research, one of the findings we had was that per domestic student real funding, adjusting for domestic student numbers and inflation and things like that, for higher education is at historic lows at the moment. As we've highlighted before, some universities are sort of, crying poor. They are adjusting their numbers in ways that we view as unjustified. But at the same time, essentially the shift away from almost entirely relying on public funding and instead relying on these sorts of cross-subsidization models. So instead of just simply funding research to the full extent so that we can have universities do public interest research and for that to be fully funded, then sort of pushing universities to rely on things like corporate deals, sponsorships, international student intake and things like that has undoubtedly sort of exacerbated that problem.
I'd just add that the other thing is that, the taxpayer, the federal government puts in more money than anyone else into universities. If you walk around universities, it's not the government that gets thanked, and I think students might think that what are actually quite small amounts of money from some corporate or philanthropic interests are the bedrock of the universities when, as is the case, the public sector will spend $1 billion building a stadium and then an insurance company sponsors it for $100,000 a year with naming rights. I think that universities are susceptible to influence, which is, of course, why the tobacco industry used to be so keen to give them money. But I think people massively overestimate how much money is actually flowing to them from those sources.
The last thing that I'd add on this is sort of underlying this governance point. So part of our submission is boosted funding for higher education so that teaching and research can be properly funded and we can, have a good student experience, have world-leading research and things like that. But without funding, without fundamental governance changes to sort of the mismanagement of universities at the moment, then one, we won't be able to rely on this money being spent in a way that is consistent with those core functions of teaching and research, and two, the sort of long-term viability of sort of public trust that will be needed to maintain higher levels of funding in the sector will be difficult if we, at the same time as the government is saying it's going to spend more money on the sector, if we're continuing to see scandals such as wage theft scandals, huge consultant spending, advertising, these very expensive networking events and things like that. So essentially this fixing governance is crucial to that long-term boost in funding and creation of a public university sector in the public interest.
Thank you. Finally, I just wanted to ask you your views on how to reform university councils, and particularly in terms of their makeup and their expertise. Should council meetings be live streamed, minutes published in full? Should they be open to public?
So our submission supported all of those changes. In many ways it is, so we've talked a lot about today about the sort of halfway house that universities are in at the moment, that they're not quite corporate, they're not quite public. In many ways this is shifting these public institutions to being publicly accountable in the same way as we, expect of government departments and things like that. So those changes, making sure that these meetings are all in public, that they're publishing minutes. The other thing that I've mentioned before, but I would emphasise, is changing the composition of these institutions. So the majority of people on university councils are appointed either directly by the council or by councillors through one mechanism or another. So they're essentially sort of self-perpetuating institutions. So they sort of pick their own and are very insular in that way. So if you compare that with, no one would invest in a company where the shareholders aren't able to change the board at all, that the board just sort of does its own thing and it can't be spilled and things like that. And in the same way as we, elect our parliamentarians, then we're recommending that the majority of these institutions should be elected by staff and students, so that those with actually sort of, one, they've got the most information, so they sort of understand how these institutions are functioning, as opposed to sort of these external appointed members that don't really have much of an incentive to act in the long-term best interest of the institutions. And two, if those councillors aren't meeting the expectations of those that elect them, then they will be unelected or will not be re-elected, or they will be recalled, or whatever the function is. But essentially ensuring that the governing institutions that are sort of where the governance problems start, I guess, are able to be ensured to be representative of those with the most at stake in the institutions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Mulholland, who's online.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to our two witnesses. I have been reading through your submission, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. I know some of our other senators have touched on your recommendation number 4 about looking at the interplay between TEXA and ATEC, and I just wanted to come to that a little bit further if I could, acknowledging that that TEXA was established to regulate higher education and look at compliance, monitoring and reporting, whereas ATEC, which has come into being from the 1st of July this year, is really has more of a steward role. I suppose my question goes to the fact that your recommendation is arguing that ATEC be beefed up to become a regulator, but I suppose in my mind, I'm having a bit of difficulty reconciling where a steward is not necessarily a regulator. A steward is looking at the long-term sustainability of a sector, whereas a regulator is really enforcing rules, monitoring those rules and applying sanctions. So could you just talk me through why in the submission you've recommended, rather than beefing up TEXA's its regulatory powers and its ability to apply sanctions? Why, rather than going with that option, you've recommended ATEC to take on that role?
So there's no, as we previously discussed, we're sort of indifferent between beefing up TEXA and ATEC being empowered. At the time the submission was put together, it was earlier days in terms of ATEC's role. Since then, we've seen sort of it being set up as more of a smaller steward body. So whether or not these additional regulatory powers are given to TEXA, and yeah, in the time between we made the submission and now, then there have been announcements of the increases in the powers and responsibilities of TEXA. So it does seem, just in terms of momentum, then these changes would be more likely to go through TEXA. So I guess that would be the easiest way at this time. But yeah, there's no strong reason why it would be either. Noting that as well as the changes to the rules, the increased responsibilities of TEXA will need to be accompanied by sort of a shift in culture to ensure that these rules are actually enforced by the body, as opposed to just being sort of there in principle but not practice.
Okay, thank you. Understood. I also just want to go to the interim report of this committee and some of the recommendations. You have already, I think, addressed a couple of the recommendations I was going to ask you about. You've talked about wanting to see about the proportion of elected student and staff representatives on governing bodies, and also publicly disclosing information publicly. So I won't go there. The one that I don't think has been covered is recommendation 4 of our committee's report, the interim report, that deals with the salaries of vice chancellors and senior executives, and seeks to have the Commonwealth, state and territories working together with the Remuneration Tribunal to come up with a bit of a mechanism to classify and create remuneration ranges that are hopefully in line with community expectations as well. Is that something that the Institute would support? And if you want to talk me through that?
It's definitely a step in the right direction. I think a key concern that we would have would be the assumption that involving the Remuneration Tribunal will put a substantial brake or reversal on how overpaid vice-chancellors are at the moment. The top band of public servants in Australia are currently, according to the most recent OECD data that I was able to find, are the highest paid in the developed world. They're not quite at the rates of university vice-chancellors, but they're quite up there. It's I think it's around $900,000 a year. So you would see a bit of a reversal from the $1 million and a bit that you see among vice-chancellors. But I guess the concern is that, yeah, the involvement of the Remuneration Tribunal may not be may not have the cut-through that it is presented as having.
Yeah, and I guess I just add that pretty much every other university in the world manages to pay their vice-chancellors or the senior leadership far less than we do. And I think it sort of highlights the governance failures of our unis, that one thing that has grown rapidly in unis is the salaries of the senior leadership, while the rankings have slipped, the student experience has slipped, and they claim to be in financial crisis. So, yeah, I think the Remuneration Tribunal is probably better than leaving it to councils. But, the hard question is, how come every other uni in the world can get away with paying half what we do?
No, that is a very fair argument, but you won't hear any argument from me on that. My last question relates to, across all of the universities that we've heard from, each and every one of them has had a significant program of cuts and efficiencies and course reductions and roles not being made permanent or roles not being continued. One of the recommendations talks about the process of consultation and meaningful consultation with staff and students when these processes are going through. Obviously, there's some changes around the composition of councils, and that's sort of at that high level. But this committee has acknowledged that staff and students need to be consulted in a far greater detail than they have. Could you talk me through any thoughts that the Institute might have about how that type of meaningful consultation could be undertaken?
Yeah, well, I guess step one, if the objective of the university was spelled out clearly to look after the interests of students and staff, then any executive doing their job wouldn't really even need to be told to make sure you consult with students and staff. So if the governance structure provided clarity to the leadership about what their actual objectives were, then that would be a big step in the right direction. The second step would be if you had a majority of elected representatives, students and staff on the council, again, I think it would be very hard for the leadership of the university to think that they could engage in significant change without undertaking the kind of consultation that a majority of their council would want. So I think the reason that we're in the position of asking questions like what would good consultation look like is that these places are so badly governed that the people running them don't actually instinctively think, of course I would talk to staff, of course I would talk to students, of course I would talk to the community before I made big decisions because I'm here to serve the staff, the students and the community. So what would meaningful consultation look like? Well, the most meaningful consultation would look like senior leadership that took for granted that was part of their job to do that.
Yeah, and I think I would just emphasise that, again, if we come back to this analogy of sort of the accountability mechanisms that we have in the public sector, if a local council isn't consultative, then it gets a very direct accountability mechanism in that it loses all its seats in the next election. And when there isn't that sort of threat to universities, and there's a lot of talk sometimes about like not wanting to over-regulate the sector, and one way you could do this would be by making sure that there's some central regulator that's checking how much consultation there was and however they manage that, however they measure that, about was sufficient consultation done and what will be the penalty if it's not. But, the in many ways less sort of regulatory burden way of doing that is simply meaning that those on the council, if they believe that the university isn't consulting, then they will lose their seats or they will have that direct accountability very shortly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis and Mr. Thrower. I will hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you both for joining us today and for answering our questions. I don't believe you've taken any questions on notice, but if there is any further follow-up, could you please make sure you've responded by the 24th of November, and we'll release you. I would now ask the representatives from Flinders University to come forward and again apologise for the run over.
Just lost the Chancellor momentarily. I'm sure he's off on a conference call.
Slightly careless.
I suspect he'll be back with us momentarily.
I have no doubt. Okay, thank you for joining us. If you could each in turn state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing before us today for the Hansard record, that would be very helpful.
Good morning, my name is John Hood, I'm the Chancellor of Flinders University.
And I'm Professor Colin Sterling, I'm Vice-Chancellor of Flinders University.
Mark Davies, University Secretary of Flinders University.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes.
Okay. Is it lengthy?
No.
Excellent. Even better. Please go ahead, Mr. Hood.
Firstly, thank you for having us here today, and we'd like to begin by acknowledging that we met on the lands of the Kaurna people and paying our respect to their elders past and present, and also to their connection to this country. We are very happy to be in this inquiry. We think its focus on governance is very important, a topic that's fundamental to ensuring that universities remain effective in meeting the needs of students, staff and our communities. As Chancellor of Flinders University, I'm very proud to say that Flinders holds a special place in my life. I'm the first alumni Chancellor for Flinders after migrating from the United Kingdom, and my father spent his entire working career at Flinders managing laboratories in the biology department. My parents, sisters and I share a deep personal connection to the university's purpose and to the university's success. I'm also the first in my family to attend university, and I deeply value the power that an education can bring to anyone's life. Our Deputy Chancellor, Leanne Little, a proud Central Arunda woman, is also a Flinders graduate and shares the same commitment to ensuring that the university remains true to its founding missions. Along with our appearance today, Flinders has provided a written submission, which I won't go through in detail. A few key points though. Founded in 1966, Flinders was established to be a second university in South Australia, one that could accommodate the state's growing student population and offer an alternative independent institution to diversity points around the state government's wishes at the time for tertiary education. A second university that would also offer fair access to education, and a university that would integrate a medical school and a public hospital. I'm very proud that nearly 60 years on, our mission hasn't changed and it's growing into other areas. At the highest level of governance, Flinders is constituted under the Flinders University Act of South Australia, and that defines how our council is comprised. We have a 16-member council, which includes the Chancellor role, Vice-Chancellor, presiding member of our Academic Senate, 2 elected staff members, 2 elected student members, 8 appointed skill-based members, and a co-opt member. The Act also defines the primary responsibilities of Council as appointing and overseeing the Vice-Chancellor and their performance, approving the university's mission, budget and strategic direction, overseeing management and performance, establishing policy and procedural principles consistent with the legal requirements of our community, approving and monitoring systems of control and accountability, overseeing the assessment of risk associated with our university, our academic governance, and approving the university's significant commercial activities. These responsibilities of Council are also supported by our major subcommittees of Audit and Risk, Finance and Investment, Academic Senate and Remuneration, all of which serve to provide rigorous oversight of our governance of our university. We also have a skills matrix that ensures the Council has all the necessary skills required to oversee our legal responsibilities of an organisation of the university's size and complexity. On behalf of our Council, I can say that we have great confidence in the strength and integrity of our university's management team, and we believe that we've done an excellent job, including with our Vice-Chancellor, of navigating very difficult external circumstances whilst maintaining a sound financial footing, whilst continuing to invest in our teaching, research, infrastructure and our people. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of governance and accountability, and we welcome this engagement with you and look forward to having this inquiry today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. In many of the restructures at Flinders over the last 7 to 8 years, many level E, that is professor level, level D, associate professor level roles have been disestablished to make way for lower paid level A, associate lecturer and level B lecturer positions. And staff believe this is a cost-cutting exercise that reduces the overall expertise of the university and diminishes the wealth of talent and expertise available to students, including to postgraduate and PhD students. Don't you think that reducing these high-level academic roles creates a perverse incentive of discouraging academic staff from excelling?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think the premise is incorrect. Since I've been at Flinders, which is I'm now coming towards the end of my 11th year. In the time that I've been here, yes, we have had a number of structural changes that have been implemented. None of those have been done to save money. And I would say the academic staff costs in the university will have increased because we have invested in talent, actually, for the future. And even in our most recent changes, we have made some changes in a couple of domains. And in those, once again, they are investments. We will employ more academic staff in the future than we have in the past. And the cost, and it's not a cost shifting. I understand the point you're making between level E's and level A's. It's not a cost shifting.
So there's no professor roles or associate professor roles that have been disestablished in the last 7 or 8 years?
Yes, there have been, and we have created more
professor and associate professor roles.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. In the same time, though, how many senior management and leadership positions have been created under your administration? If you can take that on notice, and their salary ranges as well, if you could take that on notice. There's been a lot of media in the past few weeks where, job cuts have been revealed at your university. I think there's 30 jobs that would be axed in the College of Science and Engineering, and many of these, at least 6 that I know of, are internationally recognized marine scientists who have been contributing to the research related to the devastating South Australian algal bloom, where the fish life and the marine life has been decimated. Hopefully better than me, that universities are meant to be serving public interest. How does this loss of expertise, which will also affect, from what I understand, 70 PhD students, how will this loss of expertise, especially at the time of this environmental crisis, really, how is that serving community and public interest?
So, firstly, Senator, thank you again. You started off by describing it as job cuts. Again, this is an investment in the future by the university.
By cutting jobs?
Senator Fricke, let the witness answer the question, please.
We are going through a process at present that has been subject to consultation, extensive consultation. There are, through that process, there are now 27 positions that have been disestablished or will be disestablished. They haven't yet been disestablished. Those 27 positions will be replaced by 41 new positions at additional cost to the university. So this is not a cost saving. This is a reprioritization. In relation to the specifics that you referred to in marine science, there will be more academic positions with expertise in marine science and ecology, more positions in the future than there have been in the past. And I can also say, in response to, without wishing to refer to any specific individuals, in response to some press stories that have been published, there are a significant number of projects that the university is engaged in, specifically involved in research into the current and ongoing algal bloom phenomenon, which is of huge importance here in South Australia. There is no position that is being disestablished at Flinders who is involved in any of those projects.
Mm-hmm. So there are no staff that are facing job losses who are involved in researching the algal bloom devastation?
I said there are a number of projects that are funded at the university or are in negotiation with state government and other parties to fund research into the algal bloom, and no one who's affected by the recent changes at Flinders is involved in any of those projects.
Well, you're just kind of skirting around the issue and not really answering the question.
I'm trying to answer your question, Senator.
Well, you haven't really. I also want to go to another issue. Flinders has also issued a change proposal, which effectively dismantles the College of Humanities, Arts and Social Sciences to disperse these disciplines into other colleges, which would divide and dilute humanities, arts and social sciences. This would really fragment these areas of, research and teaching, and students have expressed that, as have staff. So how can a contemporary university not have a standalone, integrated, prominent humanities, arts and social sciences faculty?
Thank you again. I think the important issue here is the future of those disciplines, the humanities, the arts, the creative industries, social sciences. Those are all very important areas at Flinders University. One thing that we're seeing at Flinders and at every university in Australia and at universities around the world is that students are turning away from degree programs in the humanities, the arts and the social sciences. There's a number of reasons for this, a number of possible explanations for this, but it's an international phenomenon. We consider those disciplines to be so very important that we want to strengthen them moving forward. And what we see is that the future of those disciplines is to be part of interdisciplinary research and teaching moving into the future. And we have consulted with staff on opportunities that we see for the creative industries, for the humanities, for the arts, for the social sciences into the future. And we see new interactions between different disciplines as being an opportunity for such building and strengthening. That's the purpose of the changes we've engaged in. I would close on this by saying that in the changes that we've implemented in the College of Haas, what we have done is to reduce the number of management and leadership positions. So it's a small number, but a meaningful number. It's 8 individuals who've been involved in managing the administrative structure of what has been Haas up until now. But no single academic, no academic positions in the Haas disciplines is affected by this process. Affected as in, and I mean that's an industrial term under our agreement. Of course, they're affected because they're changing where they report to, but they're not industrially affected. None will be made redundant. None will lose their jobs. No course will close. No topics will close. No student will be affected.
I guess what you are saying is that you don't believe that humanities, arts and social sciences are worthy as standalone disciplines? Because kind of...
I think I said the opposite, Senator. I think I said that they're very important disciplines.
You're dispersing them into other colleges and fragmenting them.
No, we're not.
And of course staff will be affected because they won't be able to teach in that environment where everyone can collaborate with each other in those disciplines.
I think the College of Haas at Flinders was created about 8 years ago. It put together those disciplines. They came from separate faculties at the time and came together as a collection of disciplines. What we're seeing is that we need to find new ways to innovate those disciplines in order to secure their future. That's our purpose. That's my purpose. And we think that we have a very positive way forward that will enable this to occur.
Just moving on to another line of questioning, is there a retention package for the Chancellor in his contract?
Is there a, say again?
Retention package for the Chancellor in his contract?
I would perhaps leave...
No.
You don't have a retention package in here? Okay. And I guess I just wanted to ask you, Vice-Chancellor, what expertise does the Chancellor have to have been appointed to this role? Does the Chancellor have public sector expertise or educational expertise?
The Chancellor has business expertise and has an expertise that fits the position description that was put forward when we advertised the role, and we sought to. We had a very public process. Public process. We had an open process to identify our next Chancellor when Mr. Hood was appointed.
Okay, and was that process done by the Council of the University?
Yes, it was done by the Council.
By the Council of the University. Can you tell us who else was considered for that position in the appointment process?
No, of course I can't.
Of course you can't. Okay. Okay, that's it from me. Thanks, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Deliga.
Thanks very much. I'd just like to talk about executive pay just for a moment. Flinders Uni Vice-Chancellor earns $1.3 million a year in addition to your $160,000 salary as a board member of a foreign student recruitment company. This puts earnings well above the ranks and the leaders of Oxford, Cambridge and Harvard, despite Flinders Uni ranking 336 in the world rankings. That's according to the AFR. Do you support the recommendation of this committee that the Commonwealth, states and territories should work together to develop a framework of classification structures and remuneration ranges to determine Vice-Chancellor and senior executives' pay and salary?
We're supportive of the recommendation as we've seen it so far, that there'll be a consultation of the remuneration tribunal settings, which will come as a result of that process.
Okay, great. When it comes to workplace compliance, the sector has seen widespread underpayment and compliance failures. Your submission notes that has not been subject to any findings. What measures are in place at Flinders Uni to ensure that robust oversight of payroll and workplace law compliance?
Do you want me to start at a governance level?
Please do.
So Council has, as I said earlier, one of our major subcommittees is our Audit and Risk Subcommittee. They are the place that if you were to find anything that was concerning, it would end up with them for assessment. Audit and Risk then works with management and through the whole process. So I might pass over to the Vice-Chancellor on what happens from there.
Indeed, thank you, Chancellor. There are no enforceable undertakings from the Fair Work Ombudsman for Flinders as we speak. There are no findings of any underpayments at Flinders. Management has looked very hard for any examples of potential underpayments at the university. Of course, we have then also used our internal audit process, and of course, naturally, as I know you understand, internal audit is a process run independently by an external body. We've had internal audit review our payments and processes. Those audits have come back with some findings for improvement, which of course we've implemented, but they've not found any evidence of any underpayments as we speak. Obviously, we're very well aware of the magnitude, the significance of these sorts of instances that we hear about in other institutions. Every time that we hear of another one of these, we have made sure that we've already reviewed the if you like, the bone of the issue. There's one quite recently that related to differential pay rates for casual marking, depending on plus or minus a PhD. Of course, we've looked at that, and at Flinders we don't have that particular that pay differential, so that particular example can't have occurred at Flinders. But we have looked extremely hard and very carefully, and we continue to do so.
And when you said that, picked up some things for improvement, could you just elaborate on what sort of improvement suggestions it might have given you through the audit process?
I mean, they would be systems and processes, and the nature of the forms that we use for capturing hours, etc., etc. So improvements, and I'd be happy to provide more detail if it was of interest.
Thanks. That's great. Your submission also highlights that Flinders University operates within a mature risk and compliance framework, and you've spoken about your internal audits and external audits. How does the framework operate in practice, and more broadly, how it contributes to the overall governance and accountability within the university?
Thank you. Good question. We might ask our Council Secretary to answer this one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator. The university has a framework where it first identifies its risk. That is done in conjunction with management and our Audit and Risk Committee. It assesses each of those risks on a scale that is dependent on the potential impact on the university. We then have a way of identifying risk impacts which might impact those risks, which are also reported to our Audit and Risk Committee. We also have a mature compliance assessment framework which identifies all of the regulatory and legislative compliance that applies to the university. As I said, all of that is overseen by our Audit and Risk Committee. We have regular reports that are provided to that committee in relation to regulatory breaches, compliance breaches, that sort of thing. And the Audit and Risk Committee reports to our council to support council in its oversight of those issues as well.
Excellent, thank you.
You done?
I've just got a couple more, if that's okay. Just in relation to the experience of staff and students. The Expert Council on University Governance's final report identified high workloads and insecure employment as a direct risk to teaching quality and staff wellbeing. What measures has the university implemented to manage workloads, prevent burnout and ensure adequate support for staff across all forms of employment, including casual and part-time?
Thank you for that. Of course, staff, it's in nobody's interests. Our staff, our students, the university, it's in nobody's interest for our staff to be overworked or burnt out. We, I think, have very careful attention to annual staff workloads and define those according to a well-defined model. In relation to careers and career structures, I think it's important. I should say that back in, I think, 2017, we introduced a new role at Flinders, which is a teaching specialist role. The nature of that role, it's an academic role, it's an academic career pathway from level A through to full professor level E, but it's focused entirely on teaching and the scholarship of teaching and innovation in the teaching domain. I thought it was important. We think it's important because what that does is provide a career pathway for those who are outstanding teachers, whose motivation and aspiration is to innovate in that space. And since that time, we've appointed appointed staff to those roles and promoted them up through those ranks. It's meant that we are less reliant on casual teaching than was once the case. If one considers we have a lot of casual staff nonetheless. If one counts casuals in terms of full teaching equivalents, in other words, the proportion of staff available who contribute to the teaching requirements that we have, then 86% of our teaching is done by staff who are on continuing or long-term contracts. 14% of our staff at maximum are casual employees. Those casuals bring a very different set of skills to the classroom, which is very important in the sort of education that we do. They're very often working professionals, working in professional disciplines that we teach at Flinders, often in the clinical space. And so those individuals bring contemporary experience of the workplace, of the clinical environment, of the business environment, the professional environment. And that's a very, very important skill set that our students benefit from.
And just want to drill down a little bit further on preventing burnout and managing workloads. So what sort of measures have you got in place to manage those staff workloads and to prevent burnout?
So staff workloads are managed on an annual basis within each of our academic colleges. Under our enterprise agreement, if staff have undertaken more than expected teaching workload in any given year, then we have a clause in our agreement that recognises that and that then manages down workload into the future.
All right. Thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Pocock. Barbara.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks all for being here. I'm just having a look at your accounts for the last calendar year. Looks to me, and I'm being approximate, that your revenue was around 700 million, and your the sources of public funds would make up around 70% of that revenue. Is that about right?
Teaching revenue would be around about more like less than half would be Commonwealth supported grant revenue. I mean, there's other Commonwealth revenues in terms of research, etc.
Yeah, I'm thinking all up. So all up publics.
All up public would all up if one includes competitive research funding and block grant associated with that. Probably 60% or so.
Okay, thank you. And your reserves, capital reserves that you're holding, what's the ballpark for that?
Would be in excess now of around $300 million in liquid assets.
And how do you mostly invest that? Is that mostly in cash, or how do you hold it?
It varies. We've got a long-term pool, we've got a medium and a short-term pool. And that varies according to parameters defined in our investment policy.
And did you hear the evidence of the University of Adelaide contingent?
I heard some of it, Senator.
Professor Hoy pointed out that 99% more of their reserves are, for example, held in fossil fuel investments, none in tobacco, and he didn't, I'd be going from memory, but he also reported on weapons. What would you say, what can you tell us about your reserves in those three categories?
So we have a policy in our investment, and I'll perhaps ask Mark Davies to step in just a moment, but we have a policy that explicitly calls out fossil fuels and...
excludes, does it?
Excludes, yes.
Thank you.
And controversial weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't invest in companies. Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, that's correct. So in the last couple of years, the university has been through a process of reviewing its investment strategy for its medium to long-term investments, as the Vice-Chancellor was saying. As part of that strategy, we've looked at what the environmental, social and governance considerations might be in the investments that we make. We consulted with staff and students on what those considerations should be, and we came up with principles which effectively said that we would not invest in any companies that are involved in controversial weapons manufacture, and that we would also avoid investments in fossil fuel companies, and companies that make revenue from fossil fuel. We had to put a threshold around that. Of course, you know, for example, if you invest in coals, they have tobacco aspect to their business. So we had to put a threshold around how much revenue would be generated by those companies before we would exclude them. Yeah.
Thank you. I wonder, could you provide a copy to us of your protocol? I know Flinders has a real research strength in relation to gambling. Is gambling also part of your protocol to exclude the investment in gambling?
We don't invest in gambling, yes. So we'll provide, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all of that. We've heard evidence about your salary, Vice-Chancellor, which I understand from the evidence you provided is around 1.46 million a year, which is, if I look at the Prime Minister's salary, 2.4 times the size of the Prime Minister's and more than 3 times the size of the Premier's salary. I just wonder what your view is about that salary. Are you paid too much?
At risk of offering a correction, Senator, is 1.43, but it's a small difference, I appreciate, in relative terms. Look, I don't want to comment on what anyone else earns. I mean, I don't do their jobs, so I don't want to comment on what they are, how they are remunerated. I might ask the Chancellor if he wants to make any comment on my remuneration. What I'd say is that at Flinders we are, the institution has made significant progress in recent years. We are not an institution that is in financial trouble. We're not an institution that is cutting staff jobs in order to save money. And instead, we are in a position where we are currently investing in the future, significantly investing in the future. In one instance, jointly funded by the Commonwealth, a Commonwealth grant that we received earlier this year. So we're making positive investments in the future rather than the sorts of cuts that you read about a lot.
I think probably the Prime Minister and the Premier would claim the same. The reason I ask is the complexity of your job is a major determinant usually of its pay. I don't doubt your job is complex, but other jobs with a lot less money are paid a lot less. Now, there's maybe an argument they should be paid more, but that multiple is of considerable concern to me. And I get quite a bit of mail about it, I must tell you. South Australians care about the fact that our Vice-Chancellors are paid a great deal of money. Thank you, Chancellor.
Yeah, we understand the concern, and individuals have their own perspectives. If you're the Council of Flinders University that establishes the remuneration for our Vice-Chancellor and our leaders, through our REM committee, we get independent advice. We are in a global market when we're recruiting for Vice-Chancellors. We have...
The global market has much lower international rates of pay.
It's the evidence isn't to that effect.
The evidence is that. I'd like to please supply any evidence you have otherwise.
Will do.
Yep, can do.
I think you earn more than the VC of Oxford, Cambridge and Harvard.
I don't think we should speculate. There's a lot of differences in the packaging of some of those, so we're happy to give you our research if that's helpful. We see ourselves as being very transparent, very thorough. Everyone in our council, all the way through to our committees, is across the process. We believe that maybe a bit of context also helps. The Vice-Chancellor of Flinders is one of the longest-serving Vice-Chancellors, so naturally when you begin on a rate, if you stay longer, you end up near the top. We also are very happy that the achievements we've had in a very difficult environment, especially in South Australia, as you may have heard this morning with a merged environment, that we've been able to hold together our leadership across the university pretty well, in a way that we think is really important for society in South Australia. We want to deliver for our students and our employees, and we think continuity of leadership is key at the moment, and we see that for the next few years as well, hopefully.
Chancellor, the Flinders University is ranked on the very lower end of Australian universities, I have to say. So where's the performance here? Sorry about it.
No.
May I just perhaps respond, if I may, Senator? You say we're at the lower end. We're between 300 and 350 in the world by the QS rankings and the Times Higher rankings. One has to appreciate there are 30,000 universities in the world. So the top 300 is the top 1% in the world. So we're just outside that. We're comfortably in the top 2% in the world by those metrics. However, there are other ways you can measure a university's performance. One way is looking at our impact. And the Times Higher also publishes an impact ranking. And in the Times Higher impact rankings, which measures what a university does in relation to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in those rankings, we're ranked overall in the world 21st. And then against specific SDGs, health and well-being, we're ranked 11th in the world. Climate action, 10th in the world. Gender equity, 5th in the world. And reducing inequalities, 2nd in the world. I actually think that's the sort of university that I'm very proud to lead.
Flinders also has had quite a reputation from its early days as being a university of leadership in relation to humanities and social science in particular. As a long-term occupant of the university sector in this state, Flinders was a leader in its presentation of itself, its research in social science in particular, and its teaching. Is this a shift in the way you intend to present yourself as a university, given the restructure and the diminution of social sciences as a beacon in your structure?
I think I've tried to explain earlier that it's entirely the opposite. It's an effort to absolutely double down on those disciplines moving into the future. Social sciences is represented in 3, probably 4, maybe all 5 of our existing other colleges. Social sciences is a deeply embedded skill set at Flinders University. It's not isolated to one small group in a college that used to be called HAS. So the social implications of the work that we do are profound. And they're profound in different areas and in different ways. We have some outstanding research disciplines in those areas, and we expect to be able, through the measures that we put in place, we expect to be able to strengthen them. The entire imperative and the justification around the changes we've implemented, it will reduce a little bit of management cost. It's around about $1 million in management costs that we'll lose. We're not losing a single academic position in any of those disciplines, and instead we're creating new networks and new opportunities for collaborations between disciplines that will enhance them and strengthen them moving forward.
Thank you, Professor. I'm just conscious my time is short. I wanted to move to the question of consultants. Could you give me an estimate of what you spent on Big Four or consultants more broadly in last calendar year? And as you look that up, Mr. Davies, unless you have it at the top of your head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I know the total amount.
Yep.
The Big Four, I don't know the total amount. The total amount is 4.8 or 4.7 million, there or thereabouts. That's so 4.8 million in the last calendar year. The bulk of that was professional services for major construction projects that we've been undertaking in the last couple of years. So the professional services I'm referring to are architects, quantity surveyors, all of those things. So the bulk has been in relation to a $280 million construction project that we just closed off last year. And the rest was in relation to a construction project here in the city and our Factory of the Future, which was a federally funded project. Our spending on the Big Four is less than that total.
Thank you. Thank you. And do you have any objection to publishing in your annual report your consulting expenditure above a certain threshold, something like 10,000 by project?
Oh, by project.
As an aggregate.
We'd have to take that. I'd have to consider the implications of that, Senator, if that's okay. But we publish the total amount.
Yeah.
I think it's probably at the lower end of the university sector, I would suggest.
It sounds like it, to be honest. Can I ask you then what your view is about having open council meetings and publishing your minutes?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Senator. So Flinders University has had open council meetings now for quite some time, as long as I can remember. So we run that as an open, non-confidential session of council, and then we have confidential matters heard in a confidential session of council. We have also been publishing council minutes for some time as well. So confidential items are redacted from that, but the non-confidential items are published.
Great, thank you for that. I'm sorry, I did not know that.
Might I add, if I may, just for absolute clarity, the confidential sections that we have in our council, our staff members and student members, they stay for those. They're not excluded from those discussions at all.
Well, they're members of the council, so.
Of course they are, that's right.
I wanted just, last question, Chair, to take you to a page in a report prepared by the Australia Institute, who we also heard from earlier today. It's a report called Effective Spending in Australian Universities, elective spending, sorry, and has a table of spending on advertising, marketing and promotional expenses. And the point they're making in this report is that universities are spending an enormous amount on elective activities and that are not directly related to teaching, the use of consultants, advertising and travel were the 3 categories. And Flinders show up as quite significant spenders on advertising. 11 million in the year that this data appears, I think it's 2023. That's ranked, I think, 15th, and your size rank is actually a lot lower than that in terms of the gamut of all universities looking at student numbers, for example. So I just wonder what your reflections are on why that is so high, and do you think our sector is spending, my view is we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars advertising against each other institutionally, and I think it's very wasteful. What are your comments on that?
I mean, I think I don't recognise the numbers specifically from 23, as you say, but the 24 number was 9.5 million, so it's still a significant sum of money. But that's for advertising, marketing and promotional expenses according to the ATO's classifications. Look, I think the reality is that our universities, we operate in a very, very, very competitive market. And we compete not just within the state especially, we compete with our sister institutions, we compete with institutions all over the country, and we compete with institutions around the world. And the reason that we do advertise is because we want to make sure that we're front of mind when students are making what is an important decision in terms of where to choose to study. So I think that the competitive nature of our environment, and it is very competitive, means that I would be remiss if I didn't spend something on promoting the institution and all the great things that we do.
Thank you. Thanks for your answers and those you're going to send in. Thanks, Chair.
So you have taken a few things on notice. We would ask that you respond back to the committee by the 24th of November. I'd like to thank you for coming along. Senators Bligh and David Pocock do have questions that they're going to put on notice to assist us try and get ourselves back on track in terms of time. So thank you very much. We do appreciate your time, and we will now let you go. And we will suspend until 2 p.m. and we will return at 2 p.m. With University Chancellor's Council. Welcome back. I would like to welcome the University Chancellors' Council. Professor, can you please state your name and the capacity then which you are appearing before us today?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I'm appearing as Professor John Pelaez, the convener of the University Chancellors' Council.
Thank you very much. Now, I know you have an opening statement and it is quite lengthy.
Not anymore.
And we have a copy, which is lovely. If you would like to make your opening remarks and try and keep them as short as possible so that we can get to questions, that would be very helpful.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you, Senator. Firstly, Chair and Senators, can I thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I do acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Across the sector in the last year, we have learned that governance, which looks good and strong on paper, can still fail in practice. When systems and culture fall apart, people lose faith. And our task, and the task of the UCC in essentially a best practice sharing organisation, is now to close that gap, to make government intent visible in the lived experience of staff, students and the communities we serve. And that begins by listening and engaging. Over the past year, through a lot of collaboration and a lot of discussion, Chancellors, Vice-Chancellors and staff have come together in the most open dialogue this sector has seen. We've heard difficult truths about underpayment, insecurity, the erosion of trust. The National Tertiary Education Union, the Students' Union of Students and others have been absolutely vital voices in this conversation. And their advocacy, though sometimes hard to hear, has helped shape the reforms now underway. For the first time, every Vice-Chancellor and every Chancellor has unanimously endorsed a single national framework for good governance through the Expert Council on University Governance. They have also, in principle, agreed the recommendations of this committee's interim report. Now, that unanimity matters, but unanimity does not mean the job's done. It means that the job is just starting. This is the point where councils have accepted that accountability, and now the job to be done is putting it into practice. Historically, there's been a gap between governance and management, and this is where governance failure has mostly occurred. Too often, it's been pejoratively dismissed as management overreach. But in truth, a hard line had been drawn historically between where the line for governance stopped and accountability was taken up. What we now realise and have understood in many other sectors for a very significantly longer period is that while good governance doesn't mean doing management's job, it does mean that ensuring that what is decided by councils is delivered through the university is. I've put before you today a couple of recommendations around an annual governance and disclosure statements, around consistent financial reporting, around public disclosure of senior executive and academic salaries, around social licence impact statements, and around the need for regulatory impact statements also. These are not meant to be bureaucratic, but they do move us into the discussion around execution and implementation, a very vital chapter, if you like, in your report to come. The next generation of governance will not be judged by what we say, but will now need to be judged by the results and the lived experience of our stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time, Professor Pelaez. Today we've talked a bit about university funding and university social licence, and you referenced it in your opening statement that you tabled. And as I understand it, there's a live example highlighting both these issues at Swinburne, currently where you're the Chancellor, and where the university is proposing to close Windsor Community Children's Centre in order to sell the land and the centre on it. My understanding is that the university has been offered $8.9 million jointly by the Commonwealth and the local council for the land. Land, I understand the university was originally actually gifted, but Swinburne has refused and are proceeding to evict the Children's Centre 6 weeks before Christmas, despite not having a buyer for the site. Is that correct?
Senator, there's always more to these, that obviously, as you'd appreciate, working in the role that you're in. That has been a very difficult decision, but we are caught between a number of stools here at Swinburne. The Prahran campus has not been used for some time now, and permission and engagement was sought from the Victorian Government around the release of that site and the sale of that site. As I understand, we are bound by the Victorian Valuer General on the value and the minimum value for sale of that property, which comes in at just over $14 million. While there has been a discussion around a price of $8 million, which we are unable to accept given that value difference, notice was given of the closure date nearly two or could be 3 years ago, and I can confirm that for you. And nothing has changed through that period of time. Swinburne has openly said that they would engage with the sale of that site, but and would consider an extension if an offer was on the table. But neither Stonington Council or the Victorian Government or any private owner of that site has made an offer, and so we find ourselves in that position. I would say, though, and indicate that as part of the commitment to sell that site, all the funds from that site have to be invested back in the student experience at Swinburne, and that is a commitment also to the Victorian Government.
Given you don't seem to have another buyer, have you explored or sought some sort of exemption? I understand that you can actually get a waiver to sell below market value.
Senator, I'd have to come back to you on that.
Okay. We've seen similar things attempted at the Australian National University around early learning centres, where they basically said, well, this is a commercial decision, and it had huge damage to social licence. How do you weigh that up at university? You've got land that was gifted to you. You've got clearly a much-loved community centre there that is closing in 6 weeks' time.
Yeah. Closing in 6 weeks' time, Senator, with 3 years' notice. Look, I think that to answer that, and given that I'm here representing the UCC today, is to say that over the last year we've been focusing a lot more on what this issue of social licence really means across universities. The fundamental thing is that engagement has not happened in the past largely across the sector with individual stakeholders. In this particular occasion, I can say that there's been a very large amount of consultation and engagement with both the childcare centre itself, with the local Member of Parliament, with the Victorian Government, and even with the national government. And the conclusion has been the same, that our responsibility is as a university, is to university education. And in this instance, in closing down the Prahran campus, it's to focus our energies on the Hawthorn campus. This is not a case of letting go or trying to make it hard. Stonington Council have confirmed to us that there is sufficient places for childcare in the Stonington area, and that is why they're not interested in that site. So I think it's easy to have these things built up, but on this occasion I can say we have engaged fully, and there has been a significant amount of notice. Now, when it comes to the other social licence issues that we're addressing, we have recognised as a sector that there is a level of crisis in social licence and a level of outrage where universities have valued things in a different order to the community. And over the last 12 months, we've set up a social licence steering committee to systematically move through issues of workforce, of student, of the way the university sector presents itself, of its relationships and partnerships, to understand better how to deal with these particular issues. But there will always be difficult challenges like this when we've got constrained funding and constrained balance sheets, and we have to make some difficult choices. If the government was able to come forward and provide that support, it would be a different picture. But in this instance, it's a problem we have to solve ourselves.
Are there any conversations underway with other potential buyers? Any offers on the table?
It's been an open process, Senator. So if anybody at this stage, or anybody you're aware likes to come forward,
sure. I mean, my question was, have there been any other offers though?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
And yeah, what am I aware?
And, I guess given that there's no other offers on the table, my understanding is that Swinburne has had 2 meetings with the Commonwealth, including the Education Minister and Stonington Council, most recently in September, where the university indicated that they were happy to look at options to do a sale in a way that preserved the tenancy. Has the university walked away from that commitment, or?
Not at all, Senator. The issue we have is that no offer has materialised, not even at the level that you mentioned. And in our view, the value of the property is such that the $14 million value would be better invested in our 38,000 students, as opposed to the unfortunate challenge of the 50 families with 3 years' notice and, according to Stonington, opportunities locally for placement.
And so the offer from the Commonwealth and Stonington of $8.9 million, that never happened?
There's certainly been nothing tabled for Council to consider.
Okay. Chair, I'm happy to pass the call for now, and I might have a few follow-ups. Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor Pelez.
Thank you, Senator.
Professor, in the hearing on the 12th of August for this inquiry, Universities Australia told me that it levied its 39 member universities, I think it was $3,000 each, in the financial year 2024 to 2025 to support the work of UCC. I have heard that the levy has increased. Is it still 3,000 or has it gone up?
It is still 3,000. The proposal is to increase it, but that hasn't as yet happened.
Okay. And what is the proposal to increase it to what?
To $10,000.
To $10,000. So with $10,000, that is quite a substantial amount of money, as it is with $3,000. What is this funding spent on, Professor?
Well, so to be specific, Senator, the current funding per annum in total of $117,000 is only sufficient for us each year to fund the National Remuneration Benchmarking Project, and the balance is largely going into funding the AICD governance program for council members and student staff representatives on council. So in that respect, when you consider the needs to support submissions to this inquiry, to the Accord, to numerous other things that are happening, the view is that it is an insufficient amount for the amount of responses that are required over time, and that by increasing it, it would enable us to more actively engage in the process of sharing best practice across universities. To remind you on that, Senator, or maybe to inform you, the UCC really was formed as a forum for which Chancellors could come together to discuss issues and to share best practice. And so therefore its resourcing is entirely one person full-time and myself on a part-time basis. And our job is not to we have no powers to force outcomes, but what we can do is bring people together to discuss them. And if you consider in the last 12 months, we've got unanimity now amongst 39 university chancellors and vice-chancellors that demonstrates that a lot of hard work goes into the types of conversations necessary to get them lined up on things like VC remuneration, expert council engagement, and the principals, and even this committee.
And the one staff member that is paid out of this allocation?
No. Traditionally the arrangement is that the convener represents the host university, and the host university provides one full-time resource to support the convener.
And that's for secretariat work?
For secretariat work, for the development of submissions, for organising the various parts of the work that we do.
And Professor, where are the UCC funds held once they are levied from UA members, noting that UCC is not an incorporated entity?
Yes, again, the host university will hold it in a separate account, so that it's held separate from the university.
Okay. So it's not directly in the Swinburne University account?
It'll be in a separate account.
But the university holds that account?
The university would hold that account.
Holds that account. And what are the financial delegations of the Executive Committee of UCC?
So a practice that we've put in place over the last 12 months is that that at each Executive Committee meeting we table the financials, which, as you can imagine, aren't that complex, and any planned expenditure will be discussed and agreed. But as I say, it's traditionally 2 or 3 items in a year that we would spend on. The majority of our effort is frankly sleeves rolled up and engaging in discussion.
Okay, so but it is still like $117,000, and then it'll be, if it's 10,000 is agreed to, it'll be $400,000. So that's a substantial amount of money.
If it is, and once it's agreed, Senator, we will agree a budget and how that is spent.
Yeah, but for now, I guess what you're saying is UCC approve and decide on expenditure of these public funds.
Yes, they do.
And you said you've developed this in the last 12 months. What was happening before the 12 months?
I've only been committed for just 12 months and joined the UCC prior to that, but I understand similar arrangements existed.
But you've been a Chancellor for longer.
I have.
But so you were on the UCC.
I was inactive on the UCC until around the middle of last year.
Okay. What does that mean? Sorry, I don't understand.
It's a voluntary organisation.
Okay, so you weren't like active.
I wasn't actively
till you became convener.
Until I joined the executive and then put myself forward as convener.
Okay, so you've already explained what type of activities UCC is spending money on. I'm just wondering, because the UCC is the main role of the UCC is best practice governance for Australia's universities. So as a convener of and part of the executive, do you take some responsibility for the university governance crisis? Because it just didn't suddenly emerge. Staff have been raising issues for a long time, as well as students.
Yeah, it's interesting points you make, Senator. The UCC, I joined the UCC and put myself forward for election on the UCC because I saw a crisis, and a number of chancellors, in particular, felt that something needed to be done. I surveyed the chancellors and found that 87% of chancellors felt that there was a crisis and that social licence was a significant issue and needed to be addressed. And roughly the same number, I felt that the UCC should set up to do it. Until that point in time, the UCC was really a forum for the sharing of experience and practice. And its initiatives in the past, if you like, with the introduction of the annual benchmarking exercise, the Freedom of Speech Code and a Code on Governance. We decided in around October last year that we needed to step up that engagement and start and take the opportunity to bring the chancellors together more frequently. And as chancellors, we've now met 4 times this year in plenary, and we've one of those included all of the vice chancellors. It was pretty clear to me at that point in time that the extent of the crisis was well understood. It was pretty clear to me at that time also that the level of crisis had accelerated significantly through the COVID period, and some of the financial issues and the lack of support for funding in the sector at that time made the staff issues and the students' issues even more stark. So the work that's been done in the last 12 months behind the scenes, without trying to take any make it at all public, has been to identify those crisis areas and work out exactly where within the sector we needed to have the conversations to correct. So if I look at the work that we did on student, it was about engaging student organisations, both sets of envoys, to try and understand what are the issues that are not being addressed. When it came to workforce issues, we engaged the NTEU, we engaged the Fair Work Ombudsman to again understand what was missing and what needed to be addressed. And we did the same when it came to understanding how to bring the various mission groups across the university sector together in a line perspective. So yes, the crisis is understood. The chancellors do take accountability, and the recognition that now needs to be addressed has now started to become very clear.
Only because everyone's been dragged to the table. But I'll move on. You talk a lot about the social licence.
Senator, you may very well move on, but the point about being dragged to the table is I think I want to land with you the recognition that this year a lot of stakeholder engagement has been happening for the first time with all of those groups. And there are a significant number of chancellors who are now engaging with these stakeholders in areas that were traditionally the focus of vice-chancellors. What we are now doing is getting out there and hearing for ourselves what these issues are. So in many respects, you're right to say that the sector has been dragged to the table, but I would now say we are willingly coming to the table and we are seeking that level of engagement.
That's good to hear. I understand that you've been running a project called the Social Licence Initiative. Where is the report of this work?
So the social licence project, or to just give you a little bit more background, after we did that survey, we set about to build a framework for the sector around how to think and engage on issues of social licence. As part of doing that, we employed an independent social licence expert. There aren't too many of them around. To better understand all the issues and to get an independent view right across the sector. That led to a joint plenary of chancellors and vice-chancellors where that work was explored, discussed, and a commitment to proceed, and led to the preparation of a report. That report was tabled amongst all chancellors and vice-chancellors, and each were asked to discuss that with their own councils and to come back with a view to their own councils on how they could embed those principles within their own university. So that report is a document that has been shared across the universities. It was followed up then through the formation of a social licence steering committee of 5 chancellors and 5 vice-chancellors, chaired by myself and the chair of Universities Australia, where we've actively moved through these social licence issues and made recommendations back to the UCC chancellors in plenary and to the UA board and vice-chancellors in plenary around how practices can be improved across the sector.
So it's all still in-house. Was public money used for, who was this consultant that you hired to do the work?
KT.
And did they have any experience working in the higher education sector?
They have experience working across many sectors where social licence is.
Higher education sector is what I'm asking about, Professor.
What I'm emphasising, Senator, is that the critical missing within the higher education sector was the knowledge of social licence and social licence frameworks.
I had a very straightforward question, Professor. Did this consultant have experience in higher education?
Certainly, once that consultant had interviewed broadly the chancellors, vice-chancellors, and then fed that back into her report, yes, and I would say probably more so than most.
Sorry, that still does. I still don't know if she had any experience.
Thank you, Senator.
What was the total quantum spent to Ms. Day?
Rotate, because other people want to ask more questions as well.
I do have some more questions.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, if there's a natural break in
just a couple more on this, and then
that'd be great. Thank you.
Have a break. So, how much was what was the total quantum spent on this consultant?
So the consultant fee was about $75,000.
And where was that fee paid from?
The UCC funds.
So out of that 117,000,
Yes, and
75,000
and what was left over from previous year.
was, And so public money has been spent on this report. When will this report be made public?
So when you refer to public money, Senator,
Yes.
you know, the contribution is $3,000 per university, paid through Universities Australia,
Yes.
paid for by individual universities.
Yes.
So against your own report, that's about 30% public monies. In this instance, we felt that it was, you can shake your head, but that is true.
Yeah, I will shake my head.
Okay, I just
It is
wanna-
public money.
And so Senator, the reason that we have used that as a working document is because the focus on this is greater increase in knowledge across the sector.
So I'm trying to understand, still coming back to the financial delegations, like you can't really spend that money. It's held in an account by Swinburne Uni. So does Swinburne Uni then release that money? How does that work?
So the money
Do
is
they
held-
enter into contract
So
with
yes,
the consultant?
if I can answer each of your questions individually. The money, as I said earlier, is in an account held within Swinburne, but at the discretion of the UCC. Your second question was?
Who entered into contract with the consultant?
The UCC with the consultant.
So UCC can enter into contract with, but have no monetary delegations?
In the same way as we do on the benchmarking exercise.
Okay. Just one more question, Chair, and then we can rotate. I seem to recall that UA has already levied the 10,000 per university, but that they haven't given it to UCC yet. Can you confirm that, or?
All I know is that we haven't received it yet, and until it's received, it's not received.
So it's not received, but it has been agreed to and it has been levied. You said earlier that nothing has been agreed to.
What has been agreed to is that they will increase it.
Yes.
Subject to us agreeing a form of memorandum where we report back on how that money is used. That memorandum has not been presented and has not been signed yet.
Okay, but UA has agreed to the 10,000.
You have agreed subject to
Yes.
the formation.
But that's not what you said. You said they hadn't agreed to it. Thank you, Chair. We can now move on, and I'll come back to me, please, later. Thank you.
Senator Bligh, we'll
Thank
go
you.
to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Just briefly, and apologies if this has been covered, but in your submission, you've noted the existing framework that exists between, I guess, the relationships that universities have between regulators and the universities. Moving forward, do you see a need for greater intervention in terms of that governance? Because at the moment, it is very much around assurance and support as opposed to any kind of, I guess, overarching interference. How do you see the relationship existing in future?
It's a really good question, Senator. Look, my experience, having worked with regulators over many years, has been that quite often regulators have a lot more powers than they actually can currently deploy. And in this instance, I would say that there is plenty of opportunity for the regulator right now to be exploring a number of these crisis issues that have occurred. So therefore, the question is around practice as opposed to the ability to do so. I think that what we're inviting here is an opportunity to standardise significant practices across the sector. And so, for example, in the "if not, why not" approach of the expert council, we would go further and say that provided there is a annual governance and disclosure report in a consistent format across all universities, and even, frankly, the opportunity to move to a more consistent financial reporting structure, all of that can be done, and the ability for us to see across sector would be a lot easier. And that does fit within the powers of TEXA, if they make those changes. But you can go further, and a little bit like ASIC, the disclosures that are made each year on the "if not, why not," the regulator can review those disclosures, can determine if they're adequate or not, and can take that into consideration in the re-registration of universities, which happens on a cyclic basis. So I think sensible use of powers right now could make a significant difference. The fundamental change, and if I reference to why some of these questions around investment that UCC is being made, is around trying to get to a standard across the sector that we can then see more clearly what people are doing. And if you consider the significant amount of funds within the sector, I would say again a $75,000 investment in standardising sector response and improving capability is an investment worth making. And we are now recognising that these are the types of things that need to be done. So I think efficient regulation is important. I think using the powers they currently have is important. But I do believe it's important to recognise that we've got 9 jurisdictions, we've got state NACs for individual universities, we've got national. We are looking for a simplified system so that, and I think the annual corporate governance statement, bringing financial statements into alignment, TEXA reviewing those disclosures, will force a level of standardisation against the sector without the need for massive more regulation.
And I guess just to pick up on that, and we've heard sort of different testimony today in terms of looking at, does the Remuneration Tribunal set things like Vice-Chancellor salaries? And I'd be really interested in your thoughts on that. But also that universities, and I worked for over 2 decades in the tertiary education system and saw an evolution happen during that time. But they are running more like businesses now without necessarily that corporate oversight that you would get. I guess, what are your views in terms of balancing that they're not quite a full public entity and have the same scrutiny of government departments, but they're also not within the corporate sector? How do we strike that balance?
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think with a dedicated committee like this that understands the sector, there are some confusions that I just do think need to be sorted out over time. Firstly, they should operate with the full governance accountability as you'd expect in any large-scale organisations across Australia. And that means having the right kind of board structures, the board skills, the right subcommittees, the engagement. There's no excuse for not doing that. There is variability across the sector as to how much time goes into governance. We've still got some universities working with an older system where it's 3 to 4 hours every 6 to 8 weeks is the council meeting and then subcommittees. We've got some at the other end of the scale which are full-day council meetings. We need to move to that direction. Equally, when it comes to this notion of are they businesses or what is their purpose, that's why this social licence work is so critical and why, in many ways, this crisis is the crisis that the sector needed to have. It kind of deserves what it's getting because it needs to recognise that it's got to start with purpose and then put the governance in place. But then, and Senator Pocock will understand this, you can't create high performance just by having the coach and the captain having a conversation. It's got to come all the way through the team, and they've all got to play the one game. So now the challenge is taking this governance into execution by bringing it through the system. And if we're going to change that, this notion that exists around management overreach, i.e. a line has to be pulled away so that it's understood. Governance must now follow through into assurance around execution through the system. So this artificial nature of corporatisation versus something else, I think, has to change. And if I can go a little bit further on that with 2 other points, and then I'll address the Vice-Chancellor, is this notion that you've got senior management as distinct from senior academics is also something that has to change. Because if you look at the top 60 paid people in most universities, it's half and it's half. And it's just incomprehensible to me that you can have that half saying that they're not responsible for the leadership of the university. That's an old collegiate system that also has to change. So the kind of cultural shift that needs to take place here and address the crisis really does mean that universities have to be listening, they have to be engaging. People right across the university have to understand that they may not have responsibility for the governance, but it is not going to work if they don't own it as much as those who are charged with overseeing it. When it comes to Vice-Chancellors' salaries, there's a number of flaws in the system. The sector has depended for quite a long time on benchmarking as the approach around which to determine how they pay. But when you look at that benchmarking and you're dealing with a sector alone with not very many comparables, then all you're able to do in the benchmarking is say, who's paid here, who's paid there, what does it look like, and then try to determine where you're going to lodge yourself within it. Benchmarking only works when you've got job sizing and you can then understand what's the know-how this particular role requires, what are the problem-solving skills, what level of accountability, and therefore where do you pitch yourself. That is exactly how the Remuneration Tribunal works. And so in many respects, the support that the UCC is given to moving into a framework with the Remuneration Tribunal is a recognition that that is the system that can work and that it will result in fairer outcomes and it will be a consistent model across all 39. And that does respect the fact that they are public institutions and that it is public money. Last point that I would like to make is we must recognise that right now universities have had to be largely funded by other than public money. And policy indecision and policy change and instability, going all the way back to the Dawkins Review, has led to this situation where dependency on other revenue funds has made this a very difficult thing to manage. A large amount of the funds that in your interim report you refer to as public monies are student loans and student debt. And that is a burden on students and it's a burden on families. And I would just respectfully request that as we start to bring more transparency to this sector, that we get very clear what is government money, what is student funded, what is internationally funded and what is funded through other enterprises, and recognise that these are complex organisations to manage. That does not take away at all from the responsibility around the crisis that's developed. It does not take away at all the need for regulatory intervention. It does not at all take away the statement I made around this is a crisis the sector needed and in many respects deserved. But it is a reason now that we have to move from focusing on continuing to reiterate the problem, fishing around in the weeds for things that we can make big stories out of, and actually get clear. We've got to work together on this. The sector, parliamentarians, the government, we're clear. We are clear. Now, what we would like to do in the future is work more on now what are we going to do about it and how do we prove the result. That's the territory that we want to head into.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go back to Senator Pocock.
Professor, I just wanted to go back to social licence and early learning centre again. You said earlier that Swinburne has openly said that you would engage and consider an extension if there was an offer on the table, but neither Stonington Council or the Victorian Government or any private owner had made an offer. And you also said that the council says that there's enough early learning centres in the area. But I've just been sent an email from Stonington Council dated last Friday, 7th of November, that says that there is a significant need for kindergarten and childcare places in our municipality, particularly in the Windsor, Prahran and South Yarra areas. It also says that the council supports, and I'll quote, the proposed short-term extension of the WCCC lease should allow for a proper examination of options to close the gap between Swinburne's valuation of the property and the combination of federal government's commitments of $4.3 million and the council's notional funding position, which are well in excess of $8 million. Given you've confirmed that you don't have another buyer for it, why aren't you taking this up and extending the lease, seeing what can come of this offer?
Senator, this has been a process in place for nearly 3 years now.
I understand that.
And the university has been pretty clear. And the university's responsibility is to its 38,000 students. And the commitment made to the Victorian government is to use those funds to invest within the university. There have been no offers on the table that meet the Valuer General's requirement. Stonnington is one of the wealthiest councils in Melbourne, and it has not put an offer on the table. The Prahran area could easily be redeveloped by the Stonnington Council and incorporate a childcare centre. It has chosen not to. This is an area where we have to really recognise that we are in the business of higher education and not in childcare. Now, I feel for those families, just as I have also had to manage that situation over years when we had children in childcare. But at some stage, the university has to decide what business it's in and follow through. And at the end of the day, the Vice-Chancellor has done the work. She's assured Council that this is happening. We have not had a proposal yet to review. To my knowledge, there is nothing on the table. So the why not is there is no offer on the table.
Sure. I mean, you can see people's frustration with universities, though, because you're telling us you're in the business of education, got to run it like a business, but you exist within a community, and I think there's an expectation on universities that should something like this happen, where clearly you don't have another buyer, and I think most reasonable people would say, well, in that case, extend it, work together, see what can come of it. You're taking this kind of ruthless business approach to the detriment of the community, who we know there's actually a shortage of early learning places, which sort of contradicts what you said earlier.
Yeah, Senator, and it does contradict what we've heard from Stonnington. If Stonnington want to, and if you don't mind dropping them an email now, if they want to confirm that they're willing to bid for it, and if they were to develop the site, they would make childcare facilities available, we would happily support them. But what we're suggesting is that we can't have a conversation about fiscal prudence with one senator and then with another say it's okay to let $6 million go out the window. If we could find a solution for those families, that'd be terrific. If they're happy to come over, we'll make facilities available on our campus in Hawthorn, but that's not in Prahran.
Yeah.
So it is a difficult situation, and I appreciate that it's tough for those families. But I've experienced childcare closures and having to move my children from one place to the other. It's not like it's something that we haven't all experienced at some point or another. It would be great if we could. But Stonnington have the primary accountability for their constituency, and the local member has responsibility for that area. Our responsibility is to our students on our campus at Swinburne.
Sure. I guess this is kind of highlights for me why we're getting this tension in communities around universities, is that most people's idea of university is still about the public good and education, research being part of a community, whereas what we hear from university leadership is very much this is about dollars and cents and becoming bigger and being more profitable and reinvesting.
I think, Senator, if there's a question in there, I'd be happy.
I've got some other questions on governance, if that's all right.
Yeah.
I'm just reflecting, that's a lot of the tension I hear, and the kind of the disparity between communities' ideas of universities and then chancellors and vice chancellors' ideas of this is actually a big business that I'm paid a lot of money to manage.
Let's be clear, though, is that if in this instance it's been a well discussed, well timed, available process, and it's run according to the requirements in Victoria. But let's be clear, we are a higher education organisation. We are not a childcare organisation. We do provide childcare for staff and on campus. This is about a decision taken and an agreement made in Victoria that we would focus our energies on the development of the Hawthorn campus.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions, and then I'm done too, just on the UCC voluntary codes. Clearly these are welcome, but they don't seem to be preventing some pretty egregious examples that the committee has heard during this inquiry. Would you agree that they're not actually preventing sort of maladministration and a sort of abuse of power.
Yeah, and we should at some stage talk about the universities in your constituency. I've made it pretty clear in my statement and in my comments that governance on paper has not translated into governance in action and lived experience. And I've made it very clear that the Chancellors get that and the Vice-Chancellors are increasingly getting that and aligned to the same point of view. The UCC code was developed and put up to encourage the universities to adopt the code and to put it into practice. That has happened, and as the NTEU quite rightly said in their bell curve report, has resulted in a bell curve where some are applying it fully, most are applying it in part, and some have not been applying it. The reason that we're welcoming the expert council and the principles is because that is a holistic set of principles. It covers all of those elements, but critically, it is to be mandated across all universities, which means that we really will have the opportunity going forward to have a look at it and say, where is the standard being met? If not, why not? And frankly, you'll need a good reason why not. And if that why not isn't good enough, then that'll result in TEXA doing whatever review they need to do. That's the bit that's been missing. The other bit that's been missing, and I made the point to you about what it means to be part of a high-performance team deliberately, because what's been missing is taking that accountability all the way through into execution. Now, I know through better experience, and we've heard it from your interim report, we've heard it from the NTEU, cultural change is hard. The level of resistance to cultural change by those who would prefer the status quo, who don't want council getting involved in assurance, means that it has been a requirement that if you want to bring change about in a university, you've really got to roll your sleeves up and you've just got to keep going and going and going. The changes that have come about this year as a consequence of the Accord, as a consequence of the NTEU's voice, as a consequence of your interim report, means there is nowhere for you to hide now. There is a standard that will be expected right across the board. So I would welcome that conversation in 12 months. But there is a challenge, and the challenge, and I will refer directly to your constituency, and that is that this need to be able somehow to get alignment between councils, between management, between academic and professional staff, through local stakeholders, around the kind of change programs that need to be put in place where universities are in trouble is something that's missing right now. And somehow we need to find a way to bring these parties together and say, right, here's the problem, and we now all need to hold hands because this is a 3 or 4 or 5 year change program that we need to get through. Otherwise, all that's going to happen is you'll change chancellors, you'll change vice-chancellors, and you'll end up with the same problem. It'll just take 2 or 3 more years to find it again. So somehow we have to recognise that they are big, complex businesses. They are big, complex businesses that have found themselves in crisis, and we need to find a way now to support a program of engagement to fix them.
I mean, that engagement was, as you'd know, at the ANU was just almost non-existent. Yeah. It's kind of cook up a change management plan and push it on people.
Well, and so that change management issue is an issue that's been raised a number of times in a number of places by different parts of the NTEU. Change management in universities desperately needs fixing. If I was the Chancellor of ANU, I'd invite you onto council.
Just in terms of this last one, thank you, Chair. You said there was, for the first time, agreement around the importance of executing a common framework for good governance. What does this look like? Is this sort of an acknowledgement that there actually does need to be stronger regulation with a regulator that has a wider remit? We know TEXA kind of is pretty constrained in what they can and can't look at. How do you see that working?
I honestly think regulation is an easy lever to pull, particularly for a committee like this. The hard lever to pull is the change management lever. And the change management lever would mean I need to see the council, the management, the key people, in this instance, you, the key stakeholders, the regulator, all in a room to, for once and for all, put the issues on the table and work out what kind of change program is going to be required to fix this problem. We can't be in a position where we've got...
Sorry, just to interject there. When you say fix this problem, is it sort of financial sustainability, or what do you see as the problem?
So, working from purpose through social licence through to organisational solutions and financial stability. It's a change, Senator. My view is it's a change management project, and one of the things that have been hollowed out over time within the bureaucracy, within the departments, within the regulators, is that ability to look at systems design and say, right now, how do we orchestrate change? Now, where could that sit? You would argue it's difficult for it to sit right now in council in that particular instance. It's difficult to sit it within the management in that instance because too much has kind of built up over time. Could the regulator pull everybody together? I've seen the Fair Work Ombudsman do an exceptional job in a number of other places where it brings it. But somewhere here, what's missing here is the opportunity to, vent the issue, do the whiteboard, get the right people in the room, and then start to put a program of change in place. And that skill set, I don't think currently exists and needs to be found. And as I said it flippantly about I'd have you on council. I don't think it's solvable unless the stakeholders who are most critical are if they're not in the room, because otherwise they'll keep missing the target. So somehow that problem I don't think is a problem that can be easily solved with people change. And you show me a regulator who's ever been great at systems design. This is a change management project. And I'm going to pick this issue up further over the next 12 months. We've got to get better at communication. We've got to get better at the design around these changes, and we've got to get better at the execution of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, I will just note that we're coming on for 3 o'clock. We are going to have a red hot go to finish up by about 1:15, because there are those of us who do actually have other things to do, and I know you have a plane to catch. We'll go to, for one quick question, to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Poles, wrapping up several questions into one, I just wanted to get some feedback from you about the UCC's position on a range of the key recommendations that have come out. Obviously, our committee has brought down our interim report with a number of recommendations. The expert council on university governance has come out with its report with a number of priority areas and suggested actions. Obviously, the Education Ministers meeting a few weeks ago also had some actions. At a high level, can you give me a bit of a response about where the UCC sits on some of those key recommendations relating to senior executive remuneration, with the role of the Remuneration Tribunal, disclosure of conflict of interest, use of consultants, some of those key issues?
Yeah, happily, Senator. Overall, what I would say is that the UCC is in support of the outcomes of the Ministerial Council and therefore the Expert Council and those of your interim report that were tabled at the same time. In principle, we would be in support of all other recommendations. And in particular, I would say that, as always, it depends upon the detail of the how, of how these things will be done. But in principle, the intention is agreed. The Remuneration Tribunal, we are very clear. We have written to the Minister. There are a number of ways to solve that. We can all try to tell the Rem Tribunal what the preferred model is, but that is their expertise. So our preference would be that they stare at the problem and they give us all some views on this. But we do believe that that's a very important step. In one of your final recommendations, you talk about data. I think that's a bigger recommendation than maybe appears on paper. There is not enough data collected across the sector that can be shared, that can lead to meaningful benchmarking and meaningful improvement of practices, and whether that relates to the way that we do engagement surveying across the sector of students and staff, whether it be the the fact base around international education, international students, whether it be the fact base as it relates to financials, which would be vastly improved if we had a consistent set of financial account formats. But I think, I meant it when I said earlier on that this has been a year where we've rolled our sleeves up, because we have got, and I welcome you to try, but we have got 39 Chancellors and Vice-Chancellors now committed to now doing something different here. And that can't come through control. That's had to come through lots of discussion and open debate. But there is very clearly an in-principle agreement to what you are proposing.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Folland. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. And we'll go to Senator Faruqi. I will ask everyone to be as efficient with their words and time as they possibly can be.
Thank you, Chair. Professor, in an earlier question to me, you said that UCC had entered into a contract with Ms. Tay. I just want to remind you that UCC is not a legal entity, as you have agreed to that, to my question on that. So how can you then enter into contracts with a consultant?
No, so I was hoping to comment on that before the end of today, because I've been corrected in saying that we approved the contract. It was entered into by Swinburne on behalf of the UCC.
So Swinburne University entered into a contract with a consultant, but according to Swinburne University's finance policy, they actually can't, because all their activities must be for university purposes. So did you, in your role as Chancellor, flout this procurement policy? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Senator, I absolutely adore your colourful language.
I don't want, excuse me, I'm sorry, I would like the Professor to withdraw that. I think that's really condescending.
Well, I don't think he's far off, but for the joy of harmony, Professor, would you withdraw that for me, please?
Yes, I do. And I also would invite the Senator to potentially be more respectful in her use of language also. Senator, there's been certainly no flouting. The work of the UCC and the hosting university is to the benefit of the university also as a member of the UCC, but it also is a commitment taken on by the university to provide that support. And in the administration of the...
Sorry, what support are you talking about, Professor?
The support to the UCC and the work that it's doing. So I couldn't say it more clearly that we entered into that contract. I have corrected the record on the process
Twice
of that.
now you've corrected a record on two different things, Professor.
Well, I appreciate you pointing that out, but I've been speaking for quite some time. And having prepared a long statement and having like 15 minutes to reverse it to 3 minutes, you can imagine there's a fair bit going on this afternoon.
We'll just note that all of the senators have your opening statement.
No, I appreciate that too, Karen. What I do want to say, though, Senator Faruqi, is that I'm not looking to take on a battle here. I'm not looking for controversy. We're trying to move away now from a situation where there has been crisis. We have openly said, and I've openly said today, that we are trying to address these things. I've openly shared with you today that we are trying lots of different approaches now around engagement, listening to stakeholders to try and demonstrate that we are doing things in a different way. Part of doing that in a different way means that we need to adopt different models of thinking to do so. And to do that, we have had what you would regard as large amounts of funds, but given the amount of work that we have to do to represent so many universities, has led us to make sure that we're very clear around the expertises that we use. The point you make, though, is an interesting one. The UCC as a body is one that we feel over time may very well need to have a larger role and impact within the sector. But that's a conversation that we'll have over the next 12 months.
So just coming back to my question, what you have said is that the procurement policy was not broken because in some part, that social license project was for university purposes. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you've not at all, unless I'm completely deaf to it, referred to a breaking of a procurement process.
The flouting, breaking, was the procurement process broken because the contract was done by Swinburne Uni with a consultant who was working for the UCC and not for university purposes?
I mean, for the record, Senator, and I don't wish to keep rubbing you up the wrong way, but flouting and broken are two very different things.
Was the procurement policy broken?
No, it was not. As UCC, in administering that account, we're not required to follow the Swinburne procurement process. We did follow the procurement process, but all we were required to do at that point in time was to advise Swinburne that we were happy to enter into that contract after it had been fully negotiated. And that is the system that currently exists and has for some time.
Professor, in the AFR this morning, there are allegations from staff at Swinburne Uni about how you frequently berated staff, used profane language, were condescending, and many other allegations of bullying. I just want to go to that for a minute, given that in the Chancellor's Council Charter, the Council Charter of Swinburne Uni, 4.1b says the Council is entitled to unrestricted access to members of university management, employees. Now, I have looked at the council charters of quite a few universities, and none of them have, that provision. Do you know if that provision is commonplace?
I don't know, because in that respect, when we prepared that charter, that was after a significant amount of work being done on our own governance framework. It was based on the work that we had done around the independent reviews of TEXA. It was based on a review that we had done externally with KPMG, and it was based on a desire to set up what we believed was an appropriate charter for a university being governed, given all that we'd learnt about the things that had been failing across the sector. That particular piece was driven out of a series of occasions where there was active discussion at Council, active discussion with those advisors and active discussion with the management team around what kind of access and information was required for the Council to do its work. Now, this is the key point that I've been making today, is that governance as we go forward does require councils to take appropriate steps to assure that governance intent moves into action. And that does mean the ability to go deeper into the organisation to understand whether these things are happening. In practice, the way that works is the way that we have now increasingly inviting people to present at our Audit and Risk Committee, at our People and Remuneration Committee, at our Technology Committee, at our Transnational Education Committee. It also takes place in the way in which we invite different parts of the university to come to present to Council, or what we call a fireside chat, where there's an opportunity to simply just talk to us about the things that they experience. It extends in an invitation to attend Academic Senate. These are the types of things that we're referring to.
They don't need unrestricted access to staff. You said the charter was changed once you became the Chancellor?
It was changed, I think, in around 2024.
2024. So you were Chancellor, and before that, it was a different charter. Could you provide that previous charter on notice. And did you introduce this particular provision?
Yes, of course.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. And given the allegations that we have all read in the AFR today, do you think it bodes well, especially in light of this unrestricted access to members, that this was something, that was needed or worth doing?
So if I go through Texas submission to the expert council, highlighted the need for governance oversight and assurance mechanisms in Australian universities to be strengthened. If I highlight the Fair Work Ombudsman identified that inadequate governance and a lack of senior management oversight as common themes, lack of investment in human resource functions, payroll systems, expertise in auditing.
That does not require, Professor, unrestricted access
Having started,
to all staff.
just complete my answer. Thank you, Senator.
You're not answering my question,
I am
Professor.
answering your question.
Okay, I wonder if at this time of the day we could just tone it down a little. Professor, I'll ask you to try and shorten up your answers because we are extremely time constrained here.
I will. Thank you, Chair. So the point I'm making there is, and the same point was made in the NTE report, and the same point is covered in full in Principle 5 of the Expert Council, and that is the need for councils to take greater responsibility for ensuring that the intention of governance follows through into management practice. Sure, the use of the word unrestricted may imply that it's uncontrolled. That is not the case. Any access is with the agreement of the Vice-Chancellor.
We have heard throughout this inquiry and before that as well that the intimidation that staff, that executive management, they feel from executive management, how scared they are sometimes to even highlight that intimidation or complain or talk to anyone about this. Given this unrestricted access provision, and you've admitted yourself that you have had that changed, how do you ensure that your behavior, which the allegations point to is bullying behavior, how do you ensure safe workplaces?
Look, I think, so firstly, although our personalities are up against each other.
It has nothing to do with our personality. It is what the allegations are.
Raise your voice at the witness. Professor, if you could try not to bait Senator Faruqi.
I'm not being baited at all, Chair.
I apologise.
Just highlighting the fact.
Senator Faruqi, I think the answer to that is that what we have been working on over time at Swinburne is to create a culture that enables people to engage, to speak up and to listen. So when I describe to you the things that we're doing to try and create greater presence and engagement with Council, that includes the Vice-Chancellor and the whole leadership team attend our entire Council meetings. So the intention of the Vice-Chancellor and I over time have been to actively engage and build over time. We review in detail, and I have been known to be a champion of our engagement around staff engagement and our student engagement, and our staff representation on Council and our student representation on Council. The university has categorically rejected those allegations. Today is an example of why pushing forward on reform is so hard, because we do find from time to time, despite all the work, there will be people who are being left feeling the way that we wouldn't want them to feel, and there are people who are resisting change and taking the opportunity that they can to voice their resistance to that change. All I can do, as I've done in this case, is suggest that we go back, we have a look, see what we can learn from these allegations, reflect upon it, see what changes that we need to make. It's only by being open and by welcoming those things and not seeing that necessarily as an attack, but as another opportunity to engage that we can change those practices.
So what you're saying here is that the staff who have alleged that you were condescending, you berated staff, you used profane language, that they are lying?
what I can say is that I have absolutely no recollection. That is not how I work with people. I am strong in my engagement. I'm no stronger or weaker than you are in this engagement today. But when I am working with the people in the university, it's about trying to hear what their issues are and to support them. And I spend as much time working in the university to ensure that people's voices are heard as I do trying to work out how we manage the process of governance in the university.
Some of the staff have left the universities under NDAs. Were any of the staff who left under those NDAs involved with you?
Over the last 3 years, the Vice-Chancellor and the senior leadership team have evolved the structure of the university in a number of different areas. I and Council are not involved in that process. We have no knowledge of the circumstances under which people are leaving, and we have absolutely no involvement at all in their contractual terms. The one thing that we are clear about through our engagement work is that we have suggested on many occasions to the Vice-Chancellor we want to see, through these periods of change, engagement increase, not decrease. And I'm pleased to say we have been increasing that engagement.
Given the serious nature of the allegations that have appeared in the AFR today, will you agree to an external investigation about these allegations?
Well, firstly, Senator, they are our allegations, but they are unproven, and we will work within the university to understand why these issues may have arisen and what they are. I read the article when you read the article. So I need time to consider, and for us as a council to consider how we take that forward.
So, sorry, you didn't answer my question. Will you agree to an external investigation, as the NTEU has asked for, based on the allegations that have been made by many staff and other issues as well?
And I'm saying, Senator, we will review it and decide what we do.
Does UCC maintain a conflict of interest register that is publicly available?
It's a recommendation that's been made, I believe, in the interim report and through the expert council, and we have reviewed a draft version of how we might do that, and our own internal disclosure officer is currently working up a proposal for council.
Yeah, but doesn't UCC, just a couple of questions. I'll have to take you to a final question. Yeah, okay. Doesn't the UCC governance guide say that universities should publicly publish a conflict of interest register?
So that has been our recommendation. The discussion that we had at our own council was around how we do that, and the work has been, as I say, commissioned to do so. We have an internal register, and we're now working on an external register.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That does conclude today's hearings. I would like to thank everybody. Before I do, Professor, would you like to table your opening statement? That means it will be published.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, excellent. So we would like to thank all of the witnesses that have appeared today, but also Broadcasting and Hansard for all the amazing work they do, particularly when they're on the road. Thank you. And to our Secretariat, thank you so much for all that you do. The committee has agreed to responses to questions on notice being returned by the 24th of November. So if we can make sure that occurs, the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.